Wow, what a terrible start to the stream. Already muted. Can you hear me now? It's a little behind. My chats are a little bit behind right now. First time streaming in OBS, so I don't really know uh, necessarily how to navigate it. Okay, I think you guys can hear me now because Drew said LOL. Brendan said LOL. Drew said yes. Nerd, fuck you, Brendan. I love you. We good. All right, cool. Well, welcome to the 2024 holiday stream. It's kind of going to be on a whim. I have some sort of outline, but I don't really have a flawless plan. So we'll see. But Wad was good. Everyone enjoy the stream. I'll catch the replay. Love you, Tompy. Love you, Drew. Uh, well, let's get into the first part. I just want to do a little 2024 recap. Go over some analytics first. In the year of 2024, we had 464,000 views with 789. Let me rephrase that. 464,789 views. Most of those came from one video, which was the NFL and CFL video. Watch hours 32,696.6, and we gained 2,918 subs, which is fucking sick because I'd never expected a video to get 200,000 views. That's insane. But that's about it for analytics. I'm just going to kind of jump into my goals for this year. A little bit of a New Year's resolution kind of thing. I want to commit first to finishing series, or plural. Series is. I haven't been terrible at that. I have a what if that I need to finish. I have a thread timeline that I need to finish. I didn't even do a great job with rank miss, which I'm still, kind of working through. But I woke up late today, so couldn't make a live rank miss or a rank miss before this, but we're going to have a live release of rank miss on the channel. It's just going to be a tier list. It's going to be a Christmas focused one, and we will see how that goes. We are currently 4 days behind, I believe, but I'm committed to getting 25 or at least 24 videos for rank miss up. And as far as other goals, since we are at a total of around 600,000 views on the channel in the 3 years that I've started this, or since I started this, I want to hit 1 million total views across the channel from when we started in 2025. And I think we could do that. I really do. The concept videos have been very good. Like I said, the NFL and CFL video is the majority of my views this year, but we've got other realignments that were pretty successful. And I have a very optimistic go to a game in every football league. Shit. Who's buying my tickets? Because YouTube is not paying the bills. Very optimistic goal. 10,000 subs by the end of 2025. We're sitting at almost 4,000. I know it's a pretty big goal, but we'll see. We gained almost 3,000 subs this year. I think it's possible if I, nose of the grindstone, keep going. But that's been a bad thing. No, I didn't. Let me hold a jersey. No, you didn't what? Let me hold a jersey. I don't know what that means. My bad, dog. All right, so that's basically the intro of the stream. We're going to jump into our first segment where we're going to bring in my pal from Stadium Rant. He is one third of the Fantasy Rant podcast. We had him on last year. We're going to have him on again. My friend since like third grade, Mason Beck, if he is here. We'll wait for him to join. See, you get this window capture up real quick. You can't hear me? Why would I even ask that? I should probably unmute and zoom, huh? Hey, bud. Yeah, I had myself muted. Yeah, crop this a little bit. Oh man, thought I had it figured out, but I did not. What's up, man? How you doing? Yeah, I don't know what happened. I fucking spent like 3 hours prepping this shit, and now it doesn't want to work. So here we are. Mason, how are you? I'm pretty good. Yeah, hey, thanks for coming on. Obviously, this isn't the most well organized stream, but how's everything going at Stadium Rant? How's how are your teams doing as far as your numerous fantasy leagues? No Mason audio? What? Oh fuck. Oh my god. This is fucking what a pitiful stream by me. It's you're not supposed to agree with that. Let me see. You gonna fucking hold up note cards on? Well, shit. If you guys can give me a second to. Uh, this is brutal, dude. They teach me how to do this shit in school, and it doesn't even work. Carson, figure it out. Jeez. I know. My bad, dog. I don't know what the fuck to do. All right, so I can kind of fill in what you said since then. I don't know. I just want to hear the dude in the Niners jersey. Nice, Mason. Nice. 2.1 GPA. I am a former ASU dropout. Guess that kind of lines up. Well, shit. I honestly don't know what to do. This is fucking suck. Actually, I think I zoom. Talk. Let's see if you could hear you. Application audio capture. We'll give it a few seconds. My yeah, my chat is behind. First time in OBS. Guess StreamYard was the fucking what I should have done, huh? Did StreamYard last year, but god damn it, dude. Yeah, fuck, dude. At least I don't have to worry about having too short of a string fucking around audio. Carson banned me in chat or what? I don't even see your fucking name on there. So maybe on accident. Uh, Full Sail. What the fuck? I've been going to school for a year and a half, and they taught me how to do this, and I can't figure it out. It's comment on Dropbow from any comment on Dropbow Samuel? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to talk too much crap about him because that one season was legendary, but
That
you
one
know,
season was legendary, but I
yeah.
needed him. I'm in a league where I need Debo to do good, so I'm not in the losers bracket. Or I'm in the losers bracket and it goes for a couple weeks. If you lose those 2 weeks, just points scored. Oh, you can hear him now? Mason, could you put on the
Hello?
stream see if he can hear you?
Yeah, hold on. Oh yeah, I'm good now, randomly. All right. There we
Nice.
go.
I
All
shit,
right.
whatever. All right, let's
All right.
just take it from the top. Mason, friend since third grade.
Mm.
You have been at Stadium Rant for how long now?
I've been doing the podcast for like a year now around. I was writing articles before because the company does also do a bunch of news articles. Um, I do a fantasy podcast. Um, I don't we're just getting into playoffs times. It's the important time of the season. Uh, so I lost my focus because I've said this like 3 times already. So,
My
but
bad.
no, you're good.
I tried
You're
to
good.
prep well enough, but apparently not. But yeah, 1/3. It's 1/3, right? Because there was four. Now there's
Yeah,
three, right? Okay, so 1/3
correct.
of the Fantasy Rant podcast. You're getting into fantasy football playoffs. Lewis says that the Niners suck, and that I
I
also
mean,
lost my train of thought from that too.
yeah. Well, let's just, bullshit, I guess. Yes, the Niners do suck. Season's over. There's no denying it. Um, it's okay though. Whoever, I don't know what his team is though.
Lewis is a
So.
Chargers fan.
Oh, dude, it's okay. They'll score like 3 points in the playoffs if they make it. So.
All right. Are you aware that if the Saints win this week, they have the same record as the Niners?
No, I was not aware of this. That is not a
They
fun
will
thought to
both
think about. Oh,
they
man.
will both be 6-8.
That's good, dude. We're just tanking at this point, honestly. I don't know why either one of us wanted really a better record at this point.
Well,
Like,
I mean, it doesn't ever hurt to see your team in playoffs, and the Saints are not even fucking close to being a playoff team, but they are still not mathematically eliminated from the playoffs because the NFC South expectedly is dog shit again. Even though it started off good, like the Saints looked good in the first 2 weeks, the Bucks looked good, the Panthers are the Panthers, of course, and the Falcons had big expectations coming into the year, and then it all fell off. Buccaneers injuries, Falcons. Kirk Cousins hasn't thrown a touchdown in what 4 games, 3 games, and he has 8 interceptions.
yeah, I mean, Kirk is just looking terrible. I mean, Penix is probably honestly gonna. It's kind of hard because he's kept them afloat and still in a position to win that division, but Cousins does look terrible, and honestly, one more really bad game, he might be getting benched, and who knows what can happen from there.
That I mean, with that discussion popping up, the Penix pick doesn't look that terrible. If it's being
Nah,
discussed, I still, it's still a puzzling pick. At the time, it definitely was. It looks a little bit better now. I don't think that Penix will end up starting this year, unless it's like week 18, whether or not the Falcons have clinched a spot, whether or not they are out and have no playoff implications. Just let the young guy, get some experience. I don't know how much longer Kirk Cousins is going to be there. How long was his deal? Like what, three
It was
years?
4 years, 180 million or something like that. Um,
Damn.
yeah, I think it doesn't make the Penix draft pick look as bad. It just makes the Cousins contract look even worse.
Yeah, yeah, that too. That's true. But I'm all for it because I hate the Falcons and it really pissed me off because since let's loop our way back to fantasy. My team, everyone in the chat can attest for it. My team is dog shit. I'm in last place by far. I just have to survive this losers bracket. And oh fuck, what was I gonna say? I don't even remember what I was gonna say. But yeah, the my fantasy teams suck. My team is 2-11. Thank you, Brendan, for assisting me on that.
I mean, dude, honestly,
Poor
just the
manager,
amount.
great team. All right.
Yeah, there's been multiple times we've played before, and I've seen you, make some pretty bad decisions. So,
Is this
it
going
does
to be
not
a
surprise me
yearly thing where we cover my fucking dog shit
where I,
trades to
where I
you
bring
with
up like Miles Sanders and Sam Darnold or whatever. Yeah.
mm-hmm,
Yeah.
Sam Darnold?
Hey, well,
It,
if that league was still a thing, it'd be actually a good trade for you now. So we can't really make fun of that anymore.
it was just a few years too early.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you were holding out for the future.
Yeah. So had I made that this year, nobody would have traded for Miles Sanders this year. But, you know,
Yeah,
you
dude.
probably could have just picked up Sam Darnold off the fucking waiver wire.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. And I think you sent me like a first and what was it? Like Ramondre Stevenson and dude, I don't even remember at this point, but it was definitely one of the worst trades ever.
Yeah. It it's up there. It's in contention for it. I'm not going to throw myself completely under the bus and say it's the worst ever. But what I was going to tie it into is the Falcons and fantasy football. When the Falcons and Saints played earlier in the year, I want to say it was like in the first 4 weeks. The Saints lost on a game-winning field goal and Young Wei Koo hits his career-long field goal of like 58 yards to beat the Saints, and he's on my fantasy team. I doubt I won that week, but ever since then, he has not produced on the level that I thought he could because he's fucking booting 58-yard field goals. The next few weeks, he starts shanking shit, and my team, it's not only going to come down to a kicker. The rest of my team's terrible, but after that, he started missing. And of course, it just comes on the week that they play the Saints, and that's like his best fantasy fantasy week of the year. So I'm okay with the
See,
Falcons' downfall, but if they would make some more field goals, that would be nice.
see, kickers in fantasy is kind of a thing that's starting to fade away, because it's so inconsistent. I mean, it really is a position that can, make or break your week. And you have guys like Justin Tucker this year who are just looking awful. Or I mean, you'll have the games where, say, you have Brandon Aubrey, who's been one of the better kickers this year, Chris Boswell, who's been one of the best kickers this season. Um, if they have a game where they only score four touchdowns and no field goals, four PATs is not going to get it done. It wasn't the kicker's fault. It's just the offense didn't need any field goals, so bad fantasy game. So kickers are something that is really starting to fade away from fantasy.
Yeah, and I personally would rather do an IDP league over having kickers and standard defenses. What's your opinion on that?
Um, I mean, I'd say same thing with defense, I think IDP is the better way to go because if you do defense special teams, um, sometimes it doesn't really like the scoring doesn't necessarily match up with how well the defense played. Compared to when you do IDP, if you have a guy who goes out and, is balling out, even though the team gave up 30 points, still made a couple big plays, that person's still going to get you good points.
Yeah. I think it's good to have an IDP league because the first person that takes a defensive player, it kind of resets the draft.
Oh yeah, no, I mean like you'll just everything's pretty normal and then one person you usually get like one person will take one a little too early and then everyone starts thinking about it. And then like a round later you'll just see like a run of them because everyone gets scared that the top guys are gonna start going.
Yeah. You
And
take
then
Go ahead, sorry.
yeah, I mean you can end up with an amazing offense and then just live off the waiver wire for defensive players, which is kind of how I do it, but
Yeah, there's it's obviously heavily offensive first few rounds. As soon as somebody takes the Miles Garrett, the Micah Parsons, the TJ Watts of the league, that's when there's a good stretch of defensive players flying off the board. And you can either hop on the defensive train or uh my
you're
camera's
just
so clear. My camera's so clear you can see the makeup I put on. Um so sorry. I already lost what I was saying, but you can either jump on the defensive train or you can try and take that opportunity to take offensive players. I'm not going to say what strategy is better because I'm sitting in the bottom of the rankings in most of my leagues. Unfortunately, this hasn't happened in a while. There's a few leagues that I can kind of sacrifice and have shitty teams, but all of them this year have been basically terrible because a lot of them, well, two of them involve Christian McCaffrey. And I know that might be a sensitive spot for you, but I got
no.
the number one pick in one of my leagues, took him, traded him before he even played, thought the trade would help me, didn't work. Other leagues, I had him in another one, and then other leagues still have a bunch of injuries. How have injuries affected your teams for the most part?
Um Honestly, this year's been pretty brutal. I haven't been hit with a ton of like season-ending injuries on my teams. I mean, the big ones for me, the guys I draft a lot of were Ayuk, obviously. He was the Niner I went all in on this year. I didn't draft a single share of McCaffrey. Um, I just, I don't know. The injuries from the years before still scared me enough to kind of stay away from him, thankfully. Um, and then, I mean, Olave's injury, that also has been a big one that's kind of hurt me a lot. I mean, who knows if he might be back in what is it, like 2 weeks now? But still, who knows if that's even going to happen.
I don't even know if I would like them to bring him back,
No, they
honestly.
should just sit him the rest of the season. I mean, with the two concussions in one season, it was, yeah, he needs to sit.
Do you uh do you blame that solely on Derek Carr?
Not solely, but I mean, obviously, there is some part of it. He's he doesn't give the most wide receiver friendly throws all the time, but I don't think all the blame's necessarily on him.
Yeah, I'd say
I mean that could
I'm
just be us rooting for Derek Carr, but
yeah, I'm it's different with us and other NFL fans. Maybe not everybody from Bakersfield is like, "Oh yeah, I love Derek Carr." I know not everybody does cuz my good pal Isaiah fucking hates that guy, but mainly because he likes fucking with me cuz I will die on the hill that Derek Carr is not a terrible quarterback. And I still don't believe that he's a terrible quarterback. Maybe medicine balls, don't help the case, but I can for sure say fully confidently that the reason the Saints are so bad this year is not because of Derek Carr.
yeah, but he's also not like, you know. a legend or anything by any means,
No, he's not like
Like,
elite or anything, but the
yeah.
fucking I mean Dennis Allen, I was a supporter of him too, which is a bad thought process. I just wanted him to have a real chance without injuries, but that's never going to happen. And I'm glad that they have Darren Rizzi because it's a coach that people actually want to play for. And Dennis Allen was not the guy that the guys in the locker room were a big fan of because it goes back to last year. The beginning of the end is when Jameis Winston handed it off instead of kneeling it to Jamal Williams. Handed it to Jamal Williams. They score. Dennis Allen doesn't even back his players up when he's talking to Arthur Smith. That was the beginning of the end. I should have known. I did project them to go 7-10, which is so far. I don't think they'll hit that, but it's not out of reach. It's not out of reach.
That might be the Niners record this season, man.
You think
So we
so?
got because yeah, we already had 8 losses. We got Detroit left, and then I believe it's Miami, who you never know what's going to happen there. And then I forget who Week 18 is, but yeah, I could only see us winning one game the rest of the season.
Yeah.
It's not a good, yeah. And then the downfall's not going to happen though. I think it's just going to be looked as a weird fluke year because there's no signs of them really moving on from Purdy or Shanahan. So
Yeah, just like a little reset year. You get hurt
yeah.
by injuries, whatnot. But I did want to. I know that me and you, we are in a fantasy league together, but it's not for football. It is for fantasy basketball, and I love fantasy basketball, and I love the game, like the single game lock in method. And I
Mm.
wanted to ask, since you're the one who invited me to that league, can we expect, maybe not immediately, uh fantasy basketball content from fantasy?
Maybe eventually. It's still that's mainly why I wanted to um get into this league just to kind of learn it. But we'll see. I don't want to just be blindly, I want to make sure I know enough. I don't want to just be blindly saying like, "Oh, hey, draft LeBron because I know his name," or something like that.
Yeah. I went into it with one guy that I wanted to get, Alperen Sengun, and after that, I really didn't care about who I got. But I do like fantasy basketball, and if you guys start making fantasy basketball content, that'd be cool so I can know what I know but know more cuz I don't watch a ton of basketball. The thing that I've watched most this year is has been college football. Not even NFL. That's why I stopped making the prediction videos because I got burnt out on it because I get so much sports content that sometimes it sucks to make certain things. So I'm just doing what's fun. But we will have some NFL picks for this week. Uh, actually coming up next. Only if my team isn't making the playoffs. Well, yeah, my team's not making the playoffs.
Yeah. Um, I mean, no, since we had some time, who we got Super Bowl?
Super Bowl. I've
Hmm.
got I've got the People's Super Bowl, and then I've got uh
Oh, the
what
People's
I
Super
think's
Bowl
gonna
is
happen.
Bills versus the Lions.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
What I think's gonna happen, unfortunately, is just another rematch. It's gonna be Chiefs Eagles. That's what I think it's gonna be.
Yeah. Yeah, probably, honestly.
Yeah.
That's
Not excited if that's gonna be the. Obviously, I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna bet on it, but I wouldn't be super enthused about that result.
yeah, I don't know. I don't really see any other team get really putting up a big fight against them besides Detroit or the Bills. Um, I mean, maybe like I don't think the Steelers can really take down the Chiefs.
Oh shit! Brendan's about to throw a fit in the comments.
Oh man, is well, hey, I want them to, but I don't know, dude. I, fuck Russell Wilson, man. Even though he's not
What? How do you hate Russell Wilson?
Because dude, he used to be a Seattle, he used to be a Seahawk,
Okay. Okay.
like that man terrorized me for years. So
That's true. I still remember being at your house when Richard Sherman elected the pass. Uh you never put a sorry receiver like Crabtree on Richard Sherman. So
yeah, and then Crabtree proceeded to enter the downfall of his career.
yeah, I'd say it wasn't a steep fall off. It was a
Yeah,
steady decline though. Like on the Raiders, he was good. On the
yeah, he had
Ravens
like a
is when it
year or
kind of
so
started.
after.
Like the Ravens is kind of what started it. I believe he went to the Cardinals and didn't really do much over there. But I think we are running out of time on this Zoom meeting. It had like a 4 minute or a 40-minute time limit. So I appreciate you coming on. I wish we could have, executed this meeting a little. Let's say, I wish I could have executed this meeting a lot better, but I think we still had some pretty good shit in there and got our Super Bowl predictions. If make sure. Actually, I'll just let you plug it. Just go ahead and plug your show.
Yeah, it shows Fantasy Rant. It's on the YouTube channel Stadium Rant, every Wednesday at 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. Eastern time, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard. Like I said, we're in fantasy playoff right now. It's important time. Come get to your decision. Come help. Let us help you pick your decisions. Join us on Wednesdays. We'll answer your questions if you do. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming on, Mason. We're gonna move on to the next segment, but it's always nice talking to you.
All right, appreciate it, man.
All right. See ya. So what we're gonna do right now is the this scroll text is wrong, and I can fix that. But what we're gonna do is the first predictions of the NFL regular season games since week 3, because partially the Saints are fucking terrible, and it made me not want to even watch football, and also just burnout. And what week are we in? 15, 14? I'm not even gonna worry about it. NFL predictions. Let me fucking update. But it's been a while since I've done these. I've kept track of my record, uh, or maybe not the record, but the amount of games that I got right, uh, during the season. I believe I'm at around one. Let me check. I've got it on my phone somewhere, but I haven't been too terrible on the picks. I've got a little contest going on with some of my buddies. Losers, there's 4 of us. 3 losers have to pitch financially for the winner's jersey of their choosing. And right now, I'm up 150. I'm up 8 picks to the next one's 142. So I think I'm doing pretty solid prediction wise. So we're going to jump in. I've got no notes on these at all. I'm just going off the head. I got the Rams one right just because the 49ers have been struggling, and a lot of it was to do with the Rams putting up 44 on the Bills. Another game I didn't even watch because I was passed out. But we're just going to go into this. I'm 1-0. First matchup, Commanders Saints. The Commanders are going to have Marshawn Lattimore playing. Coincidentally, like what great timing that they trade him away and he's back for the game. How do I think it's going to affect it? Probably a lot because the Saints don't have shit for wide receivers. They've got Cedric Wilson, Kevin Austin, MVS, and maybe one more guy I can't even remember, but everybody's hurt. As much as I would like to see the Saints win this game, of course, and try and keep that division battle close, there's no chance. There's no chance that they win this game, regardless of if Marshawn Lattimore is playing or not. Mason says that the Commanders are going to win 30-2. I'm going to take the Commanders. Obviously, I'm not rooting for it, but there's no reason for me to even think that the Saints will win this game. If there's one reason, it's because they're at home and Marshawn Lattimore isn't playing a big name receiver. Lewis says it's going to be 69-0 Commanders. I could see that happening, unfortunately. But Marshawn Lattimore is more of a big name receiver guy because I've seen him lock up Mike Evans. I've seen him lock up guys that like big physical receivers or even the speed receivers, just like big name guys. He shows up for the competition, but sometimes I've seen him get dusted by other lesser known, more speedy guys, and maybe MVS can find a window to do that. I don't think it's going to happen, and they don't have Derek Carr, who is the best deep ball thrower on the team. They're going to be starting Jake Haener, which I'm excited about, but the Commanders are still winning that game. We're going to move on to the Bengals and Titans. The Bengals and Titans, both having worse years than I anticipated. I've seen Mike Evans dust Lattimore. Lattimore is still Mike Evans' fucking dad. He owns that motherfucker. Like, the majority of their matchups, Marshawn Lattimore has won. Not saying all of them, but most of them he has won. Especially early in the rivalry, I'd say the the later ones, the later matchups, Mike Evans had probably won. Trenton Sparks could probably dust Marshawn Lattimore. I don't know. I don't know Trenton Sparks 40 time, but I don't know. I don't know if I could see that. Brendan Sparks actually taught me how to catch a football in high school. So Bengals and Titans. I mean, it's got to be the Bengals. They're putting up their offense is electric. Their defense isn't great aside from their pass rush with Trey Hendrickson, but their their defense has been the reason that they're losing so many games. The Titans, I was higher on them this year, but Will Levis is not. I don't think Will Levis is the answer at quarterback, and I'm actually going to throw this prediction in there right now. Next year, Sam Darnold will be a Tennessee Titan. He's going to get a decent enough contract, not like an overpaid contract, but I think that he is in a position to get a decent contract to be either a bridge, backup, maybe not backup, a bridge or short term starting QB for a team. And I think that the Titans is a good spot for him to land. Maybe they get another weapon out there. Raffle off Chargers tickets for this Sunday. If only I knew a season ticket holder who was, wanting to do that. But I'm going to take the Bengals in this one. I don't even think it's if Sam will go back to being Sam if he goes there. Yeah, I could see it. It could just be a result of having weapons like Justin Jefferson and having a good coach like Kevin O'Connell, who is kind of like a quarterback whisperer, it seems like. But I guess we'll see because Kirk Cousins has obviously fallen off a cliff in these last few weeks. And he's not with Kevin O'Connell anymore. This Sam take was about as good as Cole's hairline. I can't. I'm in no position to comment on a hairline. Why do you think I have a hat on in every video? But we're going to move on. We've got the Commanders. We've got the Bengals. As much as I love Jameis Winston, the Browns have no shot at winning this game. The Chiefs are the Chiefs. And I say that basically with every single Chiefs prediction that I've made, but it happens every time. It's a scripted ending every single time. Whether it's a close game, something will happen, whether it's a referee call that is questionable, or it could be a late game heroics by the Chiefs offense. Either way, I don't care if it's in Cleveland or if it was in Kansas City. The Chiefs are winning this game. The Browns are not a good football team right now, but I would love to see Jameis Winston hand Patrick Mahomes an L, but I'm going with the Chiefs. Then we have the Dolphins and the Texans. The Dolphins, I don't even know how to evaluate the the Dolphins because Tua has been balling when he's in, when he's not, nose diving into people's shoulder pads, but he's on pace to break the single season completion record from Drew Brees. I think it's around 74% 75%. I think he's sitting at 75% right now. Do they cover the 4.5 point spread? The Dolphins, they've been playing better lately, and the Texans have been underwhelming this season. So I would say, yeah, even that game that they had with the Jags, it was still a really close game, and that the uh if people aren't breathing on him, yeah, he is one concussion away from being dead, vegetated, or retired. But I'm going to take the Texans, but I can see the Dolphins covering because I don't have a lot of faith in the Texans right now. I obviously do to win. They're a better overall team. They're going to be in the playoffs, but they are not the contender that I thought they were going to be. So I'm going to take the Texans. And then the Ravens and Giants. I mean, I think this is. I saw an Instagram post. I don't know how accurate this is, but this is the biggest spread of the season, 16.5 points. And I think that's completely justified because the Giants are absolutely terrible. The Ravens are the Ravens. They're really good. I think that the AFC Championship, it's either going to be Chiefs, Ravens, if that's even a possible matchup, or the Chiefs, Bills. So with a dysfunctional franchise like the Giants, historically terrible against the Ravens, even with Justin Tucker being shit, they've still got Lamar, they've still got Derrick Henry. I think it's going to be an absolute blowout. And I don't like betting on spreads that are that big, but I would probably, I don't know about comfortably, but I would take the Ravens to cover 16.5 rather than, taking the Giants to cover 16.5. But I don't even need to spend much time on that game. Just like I don't need to spend much time on the Jets and Jags. This is a game that nobody's going to watch. The Jags are terrible. The Jets are terrible. Firing Robert Saleh was not the solution. Their defense is still terrible. The whole franchise is still terrible. I'm going to take the Jets. Or, fuck. I have my picks written down, and whatever I selected is what I've got to stay true to. So let me pull this up. I have the Jets winning this game. Uh, I don't really know how to elaborate on that honestly, but the Jags are bad, the Jets are bad. Kind of a coin flip. I'm taking the Jets. Now let's get to a more interesting game: the Cowboys and the Panthers. And I went back and forth on this game just a little bit because of how competitive that. No, you have to stay with the Jets. Can't change. I did. I stayed with the Jets, but the Cowboys and Panthers. The reason that I was going back and forth on this game is because the Panthers are more competitive when they are at home. They had a home game against the Chiefs, I believe. They were in a close game recently. They are playing significantly better than they were at the beginning of the year, though that isn't saying much because they're still a 4-win team, I believe. I don't, I'm not impressed by the Cowboys either. And as much as I would like to take the Panthers in this game, I'm not going to. I know I'm probably disappointing some people in the comments, but I can't live with myself to take the Panthers over the Cowboys, who, while they're not great, are they were in a closer game against the Bengals, and the Bengals offense is great. I took the over in that game, and the defenses both kind of stepped up, and they lost that game because of a stupid ass play on special teams. I don't want to take the Cowboys, but I'm going to. And even Braden's disappointed. Sorry, Braden. Sorry, guys, but I'm I'm reluctantly gonna take the Cowboys in this one. And then the Buccaneers and Chargers. The Yeah, dude, just get to the giveaway. Thanks, man. You're very supportive. uh the What game are we on? We're on the Bucks Chargers. The Bucks have been dealing with injuries. That Chris Godwin injury sucked because he was having a career year. Mike Evans was banged up, but he's back in the lineup. Bucky Irving, the greatest running back of all time, It's still not going to be enough to beat the Chargers. If you think I'm going to go against my guy, Justin Herbert, you're foolish. I don't have much to add on to that. I kind of made this pick because I want the Bucs to lose so they can sort of surrender that lead in the NFC South, and I'm biased towards the Chargers. Overall, I think that they are a better team. They are better coached, and even with the injuries on the offense, I think that the Chargers can pull this win out. I would like to include the fact that it's a home game, but how important is it really that it's a home game? Because the Chargers have no fans except for Lewis and a couple other guys that I know. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm taking the Chargers. The Broncos Colts, Anthony Richardson is a boomer bust guy. And against the Broncos defense, I don't think that he's going to produce. I don't know who Pat Surtain is going to be matched up on. I don't think he would be shadowing a certain receiver. I don't think he would be shadowing Pittman, Pierce, or Downs. Either way, Bo Nix, for Offensive Rookie of the Year. He's going to improve his campaign against the Colts. Give me the Broncos. Then we've got another kind of lame one, the Patriots and the Cardinals. I am not going to watch this game. And I stay on one side. Richardson could lose. Richardson could lose No Nut November because he always busts. I like that. I like that. AR-15 against Bo Nix. Talk all the shit you want about Bo Nix. Bo Nix, not Bo Dix. He's winning Offensive Rookie of the Year. He's going to outwatch the Saints shutting down Jaden Daniels, even though they suck against mobile quarterbacks. Anyway, Patriots, Cardinals. I don't. Oh, he only stays on one side. He doesn't shadow? Okay. All right. I haven't watched a lot of Broncos games. I haven't watched a lot of NFL games, if I'm being honest. I watch some of the Saints game and it pisses me off for the rest of the day, so I don't watch anything. Patriots and Cardinals. Who did I pick? I'm pretty sure I went with the Cardinals on this one. Yeah, I did. They've been a better overall team. The Drake May thing. Drake May is a baller, but Kyler Murray, if you love him or hate him, has been pretty good this year. I haven't kept much track of Marvin Harrison after the first few weeks, but I'm not going to put my faith in a Patriots franchise against a Cardinals team that is in contention for their division. So I'm just going to take the Cardinals. I'm not going to watch this game, so I don't really have much to add on to this game. A game that I will watch is the Bills and the Lions. Are the Bills and Lions playing this week, or did I fuck that up? I believe this is right. But let me make sure. It is the Bills and Lions. Wow, that's a crazy game. That didn't even click into my head that that was happening. But Bills and Lions. Who did I go with? This is a hard one. I took the Lions. They're a one-loss team. And what are the Bills? A two-loss team, three-loss team. I'm gonna take the Lions just because I want them to win. I wouldn't be mad at whoever won this game. I just want it to be an electric game, a ton of points. I don't want to see a single ounce of defense being played in this game. I don't want to see Jared Goff throw 5 picks in a win. I want to see Chiefs Rams style Monday Night Football, super high scoring game. And I honestly think that's more likely to happen than like a defensive showdown. I know that Aaron Glenn, the Lions defensive coordinator, is in talks of being the Saints' potential next head coach. I am going with the Lions, probably because that is the ideal Super Bowl matchup. This is the people's Super Bowl matchup. And I would love for this to be a rematch. And that's why I'm going to watch this game from start to finish, because I don't think that will be the Super Bowl matchup, unfortunately. But I'm going to take the Lions. They are explosive on offense, and the Bills just lost last week, and that's a little bit of recency bias, so I'm just going to go with the Lions. Steelers Eagles. Oh shit. Brendan, you better brace yourself because I picked the Eagles. The Eagles are, if it's not the Lions, the Eagles are the best team in the NFC. And the Steelers defense can be as good as the Steel Curtain, and I still think that Saquon is going to produce. The only way I could see there's two ways I could see the Eagles losing. One is another Russell Wilson masterclass like he had. I just lost a sub and I just got a text. How dare you? I apologize, but I gotta be real. Battle for Pennsylvania. What is that? The Keystone State? I think that's what it's called. But there's two ways. One, Russell Wilson masterclass. Number two, Saquon Barkley. I mean, he's gonna go off. I think Saquon can't help but going off. The second reason is the possible potential speculated on drama between Jalen Hurts and AJ Brown. The stat drop off is crazy. It's a significant drop off, though they are not passing the ball as much because they have a guy like Saquon. They haven't had a guy like that. They've had a DeAndre Swift was good with them, but nobody else is a Saquon Barkley. There's levels to this game, and Saquon is at the top. And I would like to see the Steelers win. It's not like I want them to lose. It's not like I'm rooting against them, but I'm going to go with the Eagles because they are my Super Bowl pick. But now I'm going to go to the Packers and Seahawks on Sunday Night Football. The Seahawks defense has been improving each and every week. They were not great at the start of the year, but now they have been a lot better within the top 10 of a lot of the significant or major categories, whether that's pass defense, rush defense, pressures, sacks. And then we have the Baco boy out in Green Bay. The Packers can't help but being good. But unfortunately, I would like to see Jordan Love get this win. But I think it's going to go to the Seahawks. This one can go either way. It's kind of a coin flip. But I think with how much the Seahawks defense is improving and the lack of a true number one wide receiver out in Green Bay, like Jaden Reed is the guy, like the playmaker out in Green Bay, and you've still got Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson, but I think that the Seahawks are gonna take this game. It's in Seattle. Give me the Seahawks. Then we've got Monday, and like Lewis said, the rest of these games kind of suck. So I might fly through this one, but I have a little tidbit to throw into the Falcons game. But for the Bears game, why would I ever think that the Bears are gonna win this game? Oh, he thinks it's gonna be close. I don't. I don't think it's gonna be close. I think that the Vikings are gonna blow the Bears out of the water. I can't really I can't really say that I've known the last few results of the Vikings games or the Bears games. I don't watch Bears games. I don't know who really watches them. The last one I watched is when they threw the game away against against the Lions. I think that was Thanksgiving. The only person that thinks that, probably. I don't think the Vikings are going to screw it up. I think that the Vikings are going to win this game. It's going to be a big game for I could see Justin Jefferson having a big game. Why wouldn't I be able to? I think I bet on him one time to have a big game and he shit the bed. But I'm taking the Vikings. Now on Monday Night Football, wish it could have been flex because I don't think a lot of people want to watch this in a primetime game, especially with the Raiders in a primetime game. But speaking of primetime, it is against primetime Kirk Cousins, who has been struggling already, you throw him in a primetime game, it might be a disaster. It might be. But to counter that, they're playing the Raiders, who are just not a good team. They have not been a good team consistently since around 2002. They've been absolutely terrible. My dad calls me a curse because I was born when we went to the Super Bowl and they played Buccaneers and they got fucked on. I'm taking the Falcons, but it's closer than I thought it would initially be. I did go back and forth on this, and I'd say that my motivations of the NFC South standings played into that a little bit. The Raiders do play teams close sometimes. I mean, they did beat the Ravens this year. They had a close game with a questionable call to end the game against the Chiefs, but that's not enough. They are either going to start Aiden O'Connell or Desmond Ridder. My dad was right, probably. They're going to start Aiden O'Connell or Desmond Ridder. Desmond Ridder, potential revenge game. Keep that in your mind. Maybe Raiders cover the spread. I don't know. But I have no reason to have enough faith in the Raiders to pick them against the Falcons, who have been struggling, but I'm trying to use my brain instead of my heart. So before I convince myself to change the pick, I'm going to pick the Falcons. And those are my picks for the week. I wish I could have edited this graphic, but we're going to move on to the next segment. And it's actually going to be you're going to get a little bit of lore into the life of me, because I'm going to bring in my roommates to talk about a little bit of college football. I'm going to take a little ad break. I'm going to go grab the guys, and we're going to talk a little bit about college ball. I'll be back in a second. Turn this camera. All right. All right. I was like itching here. Fuck you.
All right, where should I go?
All right.
Right here's good.
Yep. Thing. All right. College format. Let's see where we're at. On the old stream. What were you guys watching on your phone?
Yeah, we were watching.
Okay. This is going way longer than I expected.
Not live.
I'm live. Probably. Let's see. Oh yeah. So okay, you guys are in now. So
Sweet.
let me move the mic. Come on in a little closer, Hampton.
What up?
This is Big Hamster, the college football expert of the household out here.
Guru?
The guru of fantasy, or not fantasy, of college football.
I watch a lot of football.
You do watch a lot of football. You watch a lot of college football. You're an encyclopedia
Yeah.
of college football information. So before we start off with the bracket, I want to know your thoughts, all of your guys' thoughts. Feel free to chime in whenever. But
Go sport.
what are your guys' thoughts on the 12-team bracket? Who's the So, okay. What are your thoughts on the 12-team playoff? And then make sure you get close to the mic because it
I mean, I think the 12-team playoff is a good idea. I think it needed expanded. I think that expansion was a good play, just as an overall theme. But I think that auto bids, especially in college football, yeah, auto bids that's just a bad idea. I mean, there's when you've got a Boise State playing for a bye, I mean that's a little crazy. I love Boise State. I love Ashton Genty. I'm not a Boise State hater. But I mean, auto bids. There shouldn't be auto bids. That's assuming that every conference is equal, and that's just not the case.
Yeah, they're not because the Big Ten's better than everybody.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got to change here. This is a college football. I can't be wearing this fucking hat.
The Big Ten is the top conference in football and college football. Whether or not it's number one, I don't know, but it's definitely top two. But assuming
It's
that
top 2 and it's not 1.
it's not probably not one, but assuming that
Top 2.
assuming that all conferences are equal, that's just a foolish. I mean, you can't convince me that's right. So, I mean,
Well,
auto bids that's flawed from its core.
so if you could put your top 12 teams, I don't know if you could just, throw it off the top of your head.
I can
But-
definitely do that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. 12 teams right now. What would they be?
In order,
In order from 1 to 12.
I mean, Oregon has given me no reason to not put them at 1. So Oregon at 1.
Damn right.
I think that Georgia is probably a close second. Just with Carson Beck healthy, I think that Georgia's probably a close second.
Chronic illness Carson?
Chronic illness Carson. I wouldn't want to play Georgia with Carson Beck. I mean, I think they're going to be a pretty strong contender. I think that at 3, you'd probably get either a Notre Dame or an Ohio State. Ohio State's probably going to ruffle some feathers, but I think Michigan's an emotional game, and I'm not going to hold that against them. I mean, I think Ohio State's probably the 3rd best team in the country, realistically. After that, Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame's probably a top 5 team. What they're good at is consistent, and they know who they are, and that's a lot of teams don't know who they are. 5 would be, gosh, I guess I have to put Penn State there. Penn State at 5. After that, it gets tough. That's where it starts to become a little bit of a cluster.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'd
hasn't
say
Past
that's
that, not a dominant team.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, bring in Texas yet?
Haven't said Texas yet. I'm not sold on Texas.
No, you're
Thunderwolf
not.
thinks Texas is.
That's Bam Bam Cam, baby.
Oh,
Dude,
Bam Bam, what's up, baby?
I
Bam,
like
Bam.
I like Texas. I like Texas. I like Quinn Ewers, and I try to like Steve Sarkisian. I mean, what have they accomplished? Even in the Big 12, I get it. They won the conference. Like Steve Sarkisian is an offensive, brain trust. I mean, he's good on offense, but I'm just not. They haven't actually won the big game. They lost to Washington in a game that was closer than it looked. I mean, I'm just not quite sold on Texas and Quinn Ewers. I think if Arch Manning has a bigger role on that offense, that they might take a step forward on offense. But just watching them play Georgia twice and having chances to win, especially in the second game, I'm just not sure I'm sold on them. Tell that pervert, get off my screen.
He's talking about you. This guy right here.
What? What the fuck did I do?
Black hat in the back. Hey, that's you.
Black hat in the back, unreal.
I'm not even gonna listen.
That's so
And
funny.
Brendan.
Okay,
Oh,
so
we talking about fucking
that's-
Curly?
that's the top 6.
Yeah, that's your top 5. Yeah,
Or is that top 5?
that's top 5.
So you've still got, and I think this is the biggest area of focus. I know you're a big Notre Dame guy, but we've got the Tennessee Volunteers.
Yeah, I don't
Shut the fuck up.
I don't exactly know how to feel about Tennessee.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I don't know how to feel about Tennessee because
Oh, Lewis,
they've been
you suck.
who at the wow.
All right.
That's
Let
Sorry,
Hampton spit. Let Hampton spit.
Oh,
Give me the beans, Captain.
That's
That's hard, baby.
brutal.
Fuck yeah.
All right.
No, I don't know how to feel about Tennessee, man. I mean, in conference play, they've been really lackluster on offense. So I'm a little worried about them.
Yeah.
But if they can make it a line of scrimmage game with Ohio State, that could get weird. I mean, if they can dominate the line of scrimmage, I think that could get weird. That was Michigan's whole,
Oh my.
Ow, dude, what the fuck is your
Damn.
problem?
Sorry, those are little.
That was Michigan's whole game plan for beating Ohio State, was just making it a line of scrimmage game and winning that. But we'll see. I mean, Nico's going to have a legacy game to win that football game. The deep shots have to be there. I'm not sure about it.
Navy's up 14-0.
I saw that. And I had
$3.
It's game's not over, motherfucker.
Yeah, game's
not over. Game's not over.
I think it's gonna be a big halftime adjustment game. I have actually Army to cover that game, so I'm
All right.
I'm not loving that Thunderwolf 3-4-2, but I think Army's gonna make a little comeback there and take this thing to the house, but we'll see. Anyway, yeah, I'm not quite sold. I'm not quite buying what Tennessee's selling. I think they might give a lackluster performance in Columbus, or they might win the whole thing. It's be a weird little deal with them. Nico's just too inconsistent.
How hard is that to say as a Tennessee?
It hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts pretty bad, especially as a Tennessee student. I mean, I ride or die for my boys, but I think Nico's just a little too young. His heart rate gets too high, and he just be a big.
So that's what, top 6? Because you had Oregon 1, Georgia 2, Penn State 3.
Yeah,
Notre Dame 4, Texas or Ohio State 3.
Ohio State 3.
Penn State 4, Notre Dame 5.
I think Notre Dame's I think I had Notre Dame at 4. Notre Dame's probably a better team than Penn State overall.
I believe that.
I'm not quite buying what Penn State's selling either, but I think they're probably a top 5 team. So I have Penn State at 5, or Penn State at 4, and then Texas at 5. But past that, again, it's just so weird.
Yeah,
Texas is probably the 5th best team in the country on a good day. I mean, I don't know, man. That's just college football is so weird about that. So hard to predict.
Yeah, it's a hard fall off. Maybe after, when I say hard fall off, it's like the teams that aren't expected to eat.
Right.
And so where that lands, I don't know. I'd say it's about at number 8 with your favorite school in the world, Indiana.
Yeah. See, I've been an Indiana hater all year. I haven't been on the Indiana train. I think that Indiana could very well beat Notre Dame, South Bend. That's totally a possibility. I've seen Notre Dame play off.
What did I say earlier?
Hey, you gotta say it louder.
Oh, sorry.
Got a noise gate on here, brother.
Sorry. Hot take: Indiana beats Notre Dame.
Well, we'll get to your predictions in a second. We'll get to them.
Look, I mean, I've witnessed Notre Dame just complete crumble jobs.
Perhaps week 2.
Yeah. I mean, Notre Dame is known to crumble, and especially in big spots. But this should be a roster game where Notre Dame has better athletes at every position, and maybe except quarterback. I think that O'Rourke kid better thrower than Riley Leonard. Not a better athlete. So it should be a roster game, but who knows with Notre Dame. Get any Notre Dame team on any given day. The run game is there for Notre Dame. Watch out.
Right. So what's that leave us? I guess your rankings were left off at what?
I
7?
I stopped at 5 or 6.
All right.
Texas at 5 is 6. Past that, start to get into some weird stuff. I think that Ole Miss probably a top 10 team.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a Penn State fan, I don't know if there's any Penn State fans in the comments.
I don't know if they exist.
They might not exist.
Unless they're an Indy.
If you're a Penn State fan or an Indiana fan or even a Boise State fan or an SMU guy, would you rather play Ole Miss or Penn State? Seriously.
Yeah. I mean, you obviously want State.
You watched Ole Miss dominate. I mean, that game was never close. Like,
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Did Army score?
Army scored.
Hey, Thunderwolf, Army scored.
Oh, hey, he's the one. He's the one leaking the information.
Thunderwolf is locked in. No, but I mean, would you rather play Ole Miss or Penn State?
You'd rather play.
Fuck you, Chad.
You'd rather play Penn State.
Chad, be honest with me right now. Would you rather play SMU or Ole Miss? Seriously.
Does Chad even watch
football?
I mean, dude, I like that tight end for Penn State. That dude gets his yards every week. He gets his touchdown every week. That dude's a dog. But Ole Miss has players. They've got dudes all over the field. That's probably the last team I'd want to play.
So I'm gonna kind of group these together because we're in the territory of the auto bids, the conference winners, the Boise States, the Arizona States, the Clemsons, the SMUs. Do you think that I'll go over it again? Boise State, SMU, Clemson, and last one, Arizona State. Did I say them? I don't know. But as far as the auto bids go, do you think they belong in the playoffs? As the Mountain West, I mean, I wouldn't put them off. The Big 12 and the ACC winner and runner-up are in. What do you think of that? Do you think that there should be different teams in place of them?
I mean, is SMU one of the best 12 teams in the country?
I said Clemson.
Clemson?
Fuck you, Braden. And fuck you, Brendan. How do you say Clemson? You say Clemson.
Clemson.
There's no fucking P in Clemson.
You didn't say Clemson.
You said Clemson. Clemson.
Definitely Clemson.
That's you had a P in that.
You have a T in there?
Clemson.
Clemson.
All right. Do you
You're saying
think
it too
do you
much.
think Clemson should be in the fucking playoff?
Oh,
There's
I
no
don't think
T.
so. I don't think so. Clemson lost at home to what? Like the sixth best team, seventh best team in the SEC in week 12? South Carolina. They lost at home, close. But, I mean, that's a rivalry game. You're at home. I get it. Like, the rivalry game can be weird sometimes. But, like, just because you win a weak ACC and Miami doesn't get a bid because they lost late to Syracuse, I think, I mean, can you convince me that Clemson's one of the best 12 teams in America? I'm not sure you can convince me of that. They have an explosive offense, and they might make it weird with Texas if they can hit some shots. But, I mean, again, I'm going to keep bringing up Ole Miss because I think if Ole Miss plays Clemson at a neutral site today, they'd beat them by 2 touchdowns. Maybe 3 scores. I'm not sure. That could get really ugly.
Move to Boise State.
Boise State's different.
Grabbing white.
Boise State is different because, again, similar to Notre Dame, their strength is going to travel and it's going to be consistent. So their identity is run first, then throw, and that's a good model. Where they might get into trouble is if they meet a defensive line that is able to dominate. The defensive line can stop the run, and they can load the box and play man-to-man. And you're going to have some trouble if you're. But if Ashton Genty continues to run for 150 a game, they might. If they play Penn State in the quarters, that could get weird. Penn State can't stop the run. We watched that Big Ten championship game.
We did.
And
Live
we
and in
watched it
living color.
live in Indianapolis. We went to that game, and Penn State could not stop the run. They try, and they sometimes they did a couple different.
That run game ain't nowhere. Boise State run game.
Well,
That's true.
So that's also
but
Oregon. That's a different discussion.
hey,
Maybe.
but
That's Mountain West.
Jordan
Big Ten.
there's Noah Whittington and Jordan James. Good tandem backfield. But Ashton Genty, I mean, he's a Heisman finalist, of course, but Mountain West doesn't have shit except for Boise State. I mean UNLV, but that's not like a
continuously top team.
they have.
that's true.
They have.
They play like for as long as they future dollar.
Hey, but
The problem with Boise State.
Look at us. What the fuck are we?
The problem with Boise State is that you don't. There's really no one on the perimeter that you're afraid of. You've got a dominant defense, which I'm not sure Penn State does. If you have a dominant defense and you can man up on Boise State's receivers and feel comfortable in man on islands, and you can load the box, does Boise State have an answer to that? I'm not sure they do. I mean, I'm not sold on that. So I think that Boise State, if I'm going to assume they play Penn State in the quarterfinal. If Boise State plays Penn State and they can run the football, that's ripe for an upset. I'm not going to say it's going to happen. I'm probably going to bet on Penn State in that game. But I'm probably going to take Boise State to cover because it's going to be a two-score spread. Probably 13. Guess it's going to might be 12 and a half. But I'm probably going to take.
All right. We're going to cover the last, I guess, kind of the last cup. I think it's the last conference. Arizona State, Cam Scattaboo.
Dude.
Big things happening in Tempe.
Dare I say Arizona State's America's team? Can I say that out loud?
Definitely.
It's got to be Arizona State or Boise State.
Does anyone outside of the state of Arizona hate Arizona State?
I mean, they have no reason to have haters. They've been shit for the last few years.
Right?
Ever since Jaden Daniels
Anthony
left.
Mariscal.
Guy knows ball
That's a
here.
fucking mythical Bakersfield name pool right there.
Wow.
Arizona University. That was the wrong fucking school.
Yeah,
Dude,
but
bro.
he would hate Arizona State.
The crazy thing is that probably half of the chat knows who that is.
Yeah, they will know who that is.
Anyway, no, I mean, I think that I'm a big Arizona State fan. I like what Dylan's done out there.
Dude,
I'm a big fan of him. I think he's a guy. I like the way he runs that program, and definitely made some big waves. I mean, they were favored to be third to last in the Big
I
12?
think they were projected to finish last in
Was
the
it
Big
dead
12.
last?
I think it may have been dead last.
Dude, if you're projected to be that crappy and you go out and actually make the playoffs and get a bye, you deserve your flowers. But I'm just not sure they have the guy. Again,
And would you put someone in over them? Would you put Bama
for
in?
sure.
You put Bama in over them?
Do I think Bama would beat Arizona State on a neutral field? Yes.
Yeah, I feel like that's a kind of almost like a rhetorical question. I don't want to disrespect Arizona State.
I don't either.
I'm a 4-month alumni, but
There you go.
I don't think that they could beat
I mean,
a Bama team or an
especially-
SEC team, really.
right. Especially if you give Bama 2 or 3 weeks to prepare. I mean, that's always been the dagger. These SEC teams have weeks to prepare for these games, and they're at neutral sites, and you get healthy and you have plenty of time to game plan. And I mean, it comes down to Jimmy's and Joe's at the end of the day. It's like Bama has 4 and 5 star players across the field. It's Jimmy and Joe's and Steve's and John's. I've never heard Steve's and John's, but I've heard Jimmy's and Joe's for sure, and that's
That
kind
one came right out of my.
there you go. Came out of Braden's butt, but that's what it comes down to, man. Like, you can scheme up everything perfectly right. You can have the perfect defensive game plan, but if you've got just inferior athletes, what do you do about that?
Yeah.
I mean, if Alabama plays their best game and Arizona State plays their best game, who wins?
And Alabama's team who beat Georgia.
Right.
It's just SEC versus Big 12 at that point.
It,
And
it really comes down to just talent profile.
I
mean,
do like the incentive that the playoff has with the auto bids. I don't think it's correct as far as gauging the top 12 teams.
No, I agree.
But if they were to lead into it saying, hey, this isn't the top 12 teams, this is a
Yes.
playoff dictated by major incentive of winning your conference, figure it out. Like what the playoff is right now, and I'm almost positive that it's going to change next year in some capacity, is that it's a incentive-based entry to playoff.
That's what has to happen. I mean, if the playoff committee came out and was just transparent about it, and if they came out, the first of the year next year, and they just said, "Hey, we are not concerned about taking the 12 best teams. We are more focused on incentivizing conference championship games and just overall dominance in your conference." I'm cool with that, as long as you're just open about it. But what I can't get down with is like this wishy-washy, we want the 12 best team, but we also want conference champs regardless of conference. It's like, you have to make up your mind because those things they can't coexist. You can't take the ACC runner-up and also not take the fourth best team in the SEC. Those two things they can't coexist.
Yeah.
It's just unrealistic. Try to balance those.
Got to be one or the other.
Yeah.
But well, we've got the thoughts out of the 12-team playoff. Let's go into predictions now. We're just gonna start off with a little bit of a homer focus game. Tennessee, Ohio State. Got
Dude.
Fuck Jordan Love.
Fuck Jordan Love. I don't know where that came
Jordan
from.
Love has nothing to do with these
He
teams.
didn't even play for
Jordan
either
Love
of these two
is
teams.
Yeah. That wall is 3 inches. Yeah.
But this is a weird one, man. I think it's probably gonna be the best game of the weekend. We'll see. College game day being in Columbus is always a good. So we'll see about it, but I think Ohio State's gonna win this game.
Ooh.
I hate to say that, but that's
I
what
can't believe this dude lives.
that's where I've been all week, man. For 2 weeks now.
He's living in my future fucking room.
I think that you better watch out over there. I know somebody who might take that room, but no. I mean, I think Ohio State will
I'm
win.
garage bound for the rest of my life.
It could be.
Shut up, Braden.
Okay.
This game could be ugly, man. Especially if the weather gets weird, it could get really ugly. I think that Tennessee, Jermod McCoy can lock up, whoever he needs to lock up on the outside, whether it be Ibuka or Jeremiah Smith. But the fact that Ohio State has 2 probably first or second round receivers, that could complicate matters for Tennessee. So if Ohio State gets away from what they did against Michigan and they play the game on the perimeter, I think Ohio State wins that game. I don't know. I don't think Chip Kelly is dumb enough to not do that. So Tennessee's D-line probably has an advantage over Ohio State's O-line. Ohio State's O-line is super banged up. So Tennessee probably has an advantage there. But in the secondary, I mean, I watched Georgia, pro-style offense just tear Tennessee apart in secondary, second half. If Ohio State can get to that model and get the ball out quick, I think Ohio State probably wins that game. I'd probably take Tennessee to cover, though. I think 7.5 is a little. I think that field goal or potentially even a touchdown separator.
Let's say it's in Neyland. Does that make a difference?
It does make a difference. I mean, I
Finish wise, do you think the location of the game is a or the deciding factor for this matchup in particular?
Not the deciding factor. It is definitely a factor. That's it. Yeah, that's a great point. I don't think that the shoe is gonna overwhelm Tennessee. I mean, especially since Nico has traveled to Athens, played in that environment. That's every bit of the shoe, potentially better than. Yeah, I think that's probably a better match. A better stadium atmosphere. But I don't think Tennessee will be overwhelmed. I think Ohio State in Neyland would probably feel the heat a little bit. So I think that's. Vegas generally gives a 3-point swing for the home team. So I think that's probably fair. A 3-point swing for Tennessee is probably fair.
Something that I can add in.
Get on up here.
Yeah,
Something to add in for a guy that doesn't really know fucking shit about this shit. I'm still figuring it out. But I don't know who the fuck Ohio State's quarterback is. I know
Will
Georgia's
Howard.
quarterback is.
Will Howard.
Yeah, the guy sounds like a loser. And I think that I don't know why you're talking down on the Tennessee. I think it's gonna be a fucking dogfight right up to the end of it.
I agree with you. I think Tennessee.
And I mean, well, that's the thing is I don't really know shit because I don't even know who the guy's quarterback is, so I can't really be yapping, But I think that it's gonna be better than what you think it is. And if Nico can go, what did they cover? How far? What was the score on Georgia? It wasn't crazy, was
it was 31-17.
Oh.
Completely misinformed.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna sit back down.
Hey, you'll be up.
When you want me next?
You'll be after Trent.
Fuck.
They're asking for Trent. They're asking who the bum is on the camera right now.
Oh, brutal.
Me?
It might be me. They might be asking about me.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Someone says somebody needs
It's
water.
probably because you got no shirt on.
Yeah, clever.
Probably what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if Nico hits the deep shots, if the deep shot's there for Tennessee, watch out, because that opens up a whole, I mean, plethora of potential there. I mean,
Just if Nico, I think the receivers can get. I think
The receivers-
I think the receivers can get open, but it's about Nico hitting that.
I
that
agree.
deep bomb.
I think that the shots will be there for Tennessee. I expect the shots to be there,
Yeah.
and the run game is going to do what it does. But I don't have a whole lot of faith in Nico to hit those consistently at this point in his career. So I'm going to take Ohio State, but I'm going to take Tennessee to cover 7.5.
All right. Clemson.
There you go.
Clemson. And Texas. Because I'm not saying the Z.
This is the game that could get weird. I think that Texas is the better team, and I think that I know that Texas is the better team, and I know that if Arch Manning has a bigger role in the offense, this could get really ugly. But Steve Sarkisian showed that he does not want Arch in the offense last week or the week before last with Georgia. I mean, it's unexplainable why Arch wasn't in the game last week, or at least a couple plays.
Do you think that the team is better off just starting quarterback? Ewers, Manning.
I think you're better off starting Quinn Ewers, but I think that Arch Manning needs to have a set. There needs to be an Arch offense where it's run focused. You have a read option threat. Arch Manning is undeniably a better athlete than Quinn Ewers. He can run better. I don't think that's even debatable.
A Manning with wheels is interesting to think.
Yeah, I mean, and Arch can throw the ball. You have to respect the pass with Arch. So I think Texas will win this game. I think they'll win it comfortably, but I also think that Clemson can make it weird. Clemson is they're a big shot offense. They're an explosive offense. If they hit a couple of explosives, this game could get really weird. But I'm not sure that's going to happen against a pretty good Texas defense. So I'm going to take Texas, and I'll probably take Texas to cover. I need to do some research on what the spread is there, but I assume it's probably within 13. I think Texas will win by 2 scores.
Okay. Well, now, I was going to go and finish the other side of the bracket, but I'm just going to keep it on this. Let's go. Let's start. No, I want to start at the bottom. I don't even want to get to the Oregon one yet because I'm scared on what you're going to say. Arizona State and Texas. I feel like that's a further away matchup than the Clemson one.
Yeah.
Son.
Before we get into this, Thunderwolf there, Arch probably going to get a rushing touchdown. If Steve Sarkisian knows how to coach football, which I think he does, Arch will be in on a goal line set. I don't see how that won't happen. So I agree with Thunderwolf. Arch will probably get a rushing touchdown. If you're in a state where you can bet that, I would lay that because
this guy's a fucking natural.
that's a pretty good bet. Texas by a mile, Cole, inside of 2 scores, I'd watch out. Anyway,
Texas and Arizona State.
Arizona State. This is another game where it's just dudes against dudes. I think Texas just has better athletes across the board. I think Texas wins this game. I don't think there's any limit to how much Texas could win this game by. I mean, Texas has the D line to stop Cam Scatterbo. I love Cam Scatterbo. By the way, is it Cam Scatterbo or Cam Scatterbo?
I don't know because it's a single
only,
O.
Yeah, there's only one O.
And I've heard announcers say it differently.
I've heard him say
I
Scatterbo.
said Scatterbo at first,
Yep.
and then I hear people say boo, and then I hear Bo again.
Yeah. I think it's probably Scatterbo, but we're going to keep saying Scatterbo because that's what everyone says. So
All right.
I
Sounds
think
good to
that
me.
this is another roster game.
You usually need 2 O's for an ooh.
You normally need 2 O's for an OO or an OU, and he has neither of those. So so I'm going to say Scatterbo.
We're gonna run with fucking English 12.
Yep.
Here.
English 12. That's a great call, Brady.
Fuck Jordan Love, by the way.
Fuck Jordan Love.
Why are you?
Don't know why he hates Jordan Love.
fuck Jordan? Because.
But yeah, I'm going to take Texas. Again, Texas is probably going to be a 2-score favorite in that game, and I feel a whole lot more confident betting Texas to cover a 2-score spread than I do Clemson. So I'm going to take Texas and the point, probably.
Right. Now we got the big one.
Yeah, this is a big game.
Scary game. We partially watched it on a buffering phone
Yep.
at what game was that? The Florida game?
I
Or
think it was the Florida game.
was that the Florida game? We were at the Tennessee-Florida game. Pulled it up on my phone. Had a big old celebration in the stands because Oregon pulled a fucking 1,000 IQ play
Close one, yeah.
against Ohio State. But it's a different game now. It's in the playoffs. Ryan Day allergic to making a good game plan on a big day.
Seems to be.
Oregon historically bad in important games. Where are you on this?
I don't like that it's a rematch. I sincerely wish this was their first time playing, because I think that it'd be a lot harder to predict.
Oh man,
Yeah.
You can't beat a good team twice in 1 year.
It's
I know it's
really
coming.
hard.
I knew it was coming.
It's really hard. Texas? But is Texas a good team? Are they as good as they say they are?
Is
the thing.
Texas back?
Not yet. Anyway, that's
Potential spoiler.
we're getting into a spoiler there, but does Ohio State, do they travel well? That's the question. I think that's what this game comes down
It's
to.
what was it? A 1-point loss in Autzen.
It was a 1-point loss in Autzen.
Highest capacity that Autzen Stadium has ever had, around 69,000 people.
That's a lot of people in a 55,000
It's in the Rose Bowl.
stadium.
How much does the Rose Bowl pack in?
I don't think it packs in an advantage for Ohio State.
Not. Well, I mean, if anything,
It's
it's
gonna
an
be a
advantage for
50
Oregon. It's
right.
about I don't know how long the flight is, around a 16, 17-hour drive from
Right.
Eugene to Pasadena, I think, around there.
It's all going to come down to what version of Ohio State do we get. I think if Ohio State dominates Tennessee and we get a perimeter football game where, Ohio State doesn't try to just dominate the line of scrimmage because they can't. If we get a perimeter game, what do we see then? That's going to get weird. I think that it'd be a high-scoring game. I think it'd be a higher scoring than the first time they played. I mean, I would expect both teams in the 30s, potentially 40s even. I don't think there'll be a whole lot of defense there. I'm going to take Ohio State to win this game.
Fuck.
Yeah, not
what
great.
What the fuck, dude?
Not great. That's my personal pick. That's an either-or game. That's probably a pick'em. Vegas probably has that game at a pick'em. I'd be surprised if either team had more than a 2-point favorite in that game.
2.5 max line.
Yeah, 2.5 max line. Anything more than 2.5 is egregious for either team. So that's probably going to be a pick'em if that ends up coming to fruition. But if they played again, I'd probably take Ohio State solely because it's a rematch. And I think we're going to see a surprising shakeout here. The teams that actually play in the first round against, a first-round opponent and they don't have a bye, I think those teams are actually going to have an advantage, because I think that 3 weeks off is a long time for an offense to sit, especially if you're an offense like Oregon, where you're focused on hitting big shots and taking, shots down the field. So I think that we're going to see a little bit of surprise with these teams that are playing in the first round. They're just, going to have a little more oil in the gears on the offensive side. So I'm going to take Ohio State in that game in a really close one, similar to last game.
About a 31 to 32 points.
It was something like that.
Scoreboard.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna decide this side of the bracket. Who is this side of the bracket? Who is the national championship bid?
Because I have Ohio State going to this point in the bracket, I'm assuming that Ohio State figures out what has to happen on the offensive side of the ball to get to this point. Ohio State beats Texas. Ohio State has better athletes on the outside than Texas. I've been on the train, on the Texas is overrated train all year. I think if Ohio State is able to make these 3 games that we're looking at, perimeter football games where they use their receivers and they get the ball out quick, I don't think Texas has the offensive power to keep up with Ohio State. I mean, I'm not quite sold on Texas's offense. I'm definitely sold on Ohio State's defense. So that gives a favorable matchup for Ohio State. I think Ohio State probably beats Texas on a neutral field.
Well, got one natty bid decided. Go down the other side of the bracket. we're gonna start off with the other side of the homer picks, and you just had a deep exhale with a little raise of the brow.
Yeah.
I feel like you shouldn't be that nervous about this game.
That's
Indiana,
how
Notre
it
Dame.
looks. If you look at the rosters, that's how it would look. And I only stress about this game because I've seen so many Notre Dame complete come aparts in big spots. I mean, I've seen some just catastrophic failures by Notre Dame, specifically on the coaching end. But just overall, Notre Dame has had some total failures in big moments.
NIU is gonna be burned into your brain for about at least 10 years.
NIU will be burned in my brain for a long time, probably till I'm dead and gone. That's up there with App State beating Michigan in years past. That's a historic upset. So, that being said, I think Notre Dame, had a come to Jesus moment after that.
No pun intended.
After that football game.
Oh,
I really do think Notre Dame had a come to Jesus moment after that football game, and I mean they have the largest winning margin in college football currently. A title usually held by Indiana. So Indiana held that title all year until the last week of the season, and Notre Dame actually took that from them. So I think Notre Dame's hovering around a 30-point, 27-point winning margin on average this season. So I expect this to be a roster game. So Notre Dame has better athletes across the board. I think Notre Dame will win this game. I think it'll be closer than 7.5, which is where my betting app currently has the spread at 7.5. I think it'll be inside of that. But I think Notre Dame will win this game. If they don't, it's inexcusable. I mean, I think you have to start looking at Marcus Freeman's job. Yeah, I really mean that. Marcus Freeman has lost to Marshall and NIU.
They lost to Marshall?
They lost to Marshall last year, or year before last. I forget. But yeah, Marcus Freeman has lost some just inexcusable games.
How many big games has he won?
He has a good record against top 25 teams. But those are also service academies and some lackluster.
Yeah, that's true. That
top
was
25
Navy
teams.
this year, huh?
I mean, Notre Dame dominated the two, service academies this year.
Most anti-American.
Yeah, Notre Dame might hate America. We're not sure yet. We'll find that out if they play Georgia.
Hey, Bam Bam, can you give us an update on the Navy Army game?
All right. So we're gonna move to SMU, Penn State. This is I know the rankings, they're not close. I think this is closer than the rankings suggest.
I agree with you.
I like SMU. I
like
don't know
SMU
if they're
too.
a top 12 team, but I'm not pissed off to see them in the playoffs.
No, I'm not either. I mean, I'm glad they made it over Alabama just for the sake of just because that sets such a bad example going forward. If Alabama makes it over SMU after losing the ACC championship game close, gosh, that's a bad example to set. But anyway, SMU's in, Alabama's not. So what are we talking about here? But I think Penn State in Happy Valley against SMU, it could be weird, but probably not. I think Penn State probably takes this game, and it's closer than it feels. If you watch this game, it's probably going to be closer than it feels. Just the score is not going to be indicative of how the game actually went. I think SMU probably covers. I think Penn State wins.
All right. We'll go back to the top. This is not only just a big playoff game, two legitimate contenders for the Natty.
Yep.
But as I mentioned earlier, got a team that you've got a lot of stress, blood, sweat, and tears in Notre Dame.
Yep.
Lifelong. Against Georgia. A
Yep.
team not only that you hate because you're also a Tennessee fan, you're a Tennessee student. They're just a fucking contender. Consistently.
Yeah.
Where are you at?
This is a big
Where you
game.
at?
If this happens in New Orleans at New Year's at 8:30 Eastern, this is undoubtedly probably the game of the year. I mean, I think this would be an absolute just barn burner. I think that it's so hard to predict. One thing that I am worried about with Georgia is their rush defense. They're allowing more than 5 yards a carry. They're at a little over 5 yards a carry. And that's where Notre Dame makes their money, man. I mean, if Jeremiah Love goes for over 100 yards in a Notre Dame Georgia game, I'm really worried about Georgia. That being said, that block G is still really big. That brand, that program, I mean, that's a undeniable program. There's a lot of strength there. So,
I mean, you got a coach over there that calling his fucking players idiots.
Yep.
He's holding them very accountable.
Kirby Smart is the best active coach in college football. I will say that without a reservation.
Ooh, what if I guess it's not active. Let me just throw in a little side bit here. Bill Belichick. What are you thinking? What do you think? Actually, you know what? We're going to keep that for after. Let's focus on the bracket. Let's focus on the bracket. Let's focus on the bracket.
I think this is a great game. I think that if Georgia can stop the run, they win this game. But over and over all year, Georgia has struggled with the run, especially when the quarterback can run. Notre Dame has all of those things. Riley Leonard is a dangerous runner. I think Notre Dame wins this game.
Oh,
If they can get out of Indiana, if they can get out of South Bend with a win, I think they win this game against Georgia and New Orleans.
I think it also depends. Carson Beck is back.
Yes.
The new kid might be better quarterback, but
Well, I know what's his name?
Gunnar Stockton.
Gunnar Stockton.
Stockton.
Gunnar Stockton. Not afraid to take a hit.
Not afraid to take a hit.
That's for sure.
Did you see his eyes?
Dude, back of the head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right. So that was probably the most interesting matchup that we've covered so far, aside from Oregon, Ohio State. I'd say that's more intriguing.
Let me also say, for those of you that are watching and hate Notre Dame, which I'm sure there are some of you, if Gunnar Stockton is as good as Carson Beck or potentially better, that pick could go awry. Just know that. If Georgia's pro-style offense shows up and it's not any worse than it has been, Georgia can win that football game. That's a disclaimer.
Just a little disclaimer. Yeah. Now we got a way less significant matchup.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Boise State
doesn't matter.
and Penn State.
Yeah. And this is where we get into the auto bid problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, how much is Penn State favored by on a neutral field? What does Vegas have this?
Hold on. Bark, motherfucker.
Yep. Okay.
You're
Cassidy.
biased. He doesn't actually think that. Bias is a trust killer. I no longer believe in anything you say.
Why is she saying bark, bark? That's definitely Brendan, not Cassidy saying bark, bark.
I have a couple things to say here. Cassidy, nothing to say to you. Brendan is a Brendan is a USC fan. Brendan is a USC fan, so take what Brendan says with a grain of salt when it comes to Notre Dame.
Don't take any.
As to
everything
Cole,
Brendan ever said,
Cole,
take with a grain of salt.
I totally hear you on that bias as a trust killer. I need you to go back and look at the stats with Georgia and look at how many yards per carry they're giving up and yards per game they're giving up. And then go watch Notre Dame. And Notre Dame's run game is legit. Boise State's run defense is not. So Cassidy sure can speak for herself. So Cole, I encourage you to go look that up. I think Notre Dame runs all over Georgia. I'm afraid that's probably true. Whether or not they win the game is up for grabs. I think you could go either way on that, but I think that if Notre Dame runs for what they've been running for, it gets weird.
Who's this guy, Genty?
I don't know. There's no username there.
Right?
There's no username there. So I don't know how to feel about that. But Genty for Heisman, I agree. I think Genty's probably the most deserving. But does Genty have enough hype to win the Heisman? Unfortunately, it's down to the AP voters for that. So probably not. I think that's wrong, but I think that's the reality of it. So I think Travis Hunter probably wins the Heisman. Yeah, it moves.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I probably don't move it, though. I don't want to mess anything up. want Texas to win since my Aggies didn't make it. Thunderwolf, yeah, I'm with you on that.
Oh, it's Braden.
Can't get my name username to pop up. There you go.
All right. Big Hoss needs to seat back.
Sorry, my bad.
Oh, that's the guy
Once I saw
fucking
that,
my
it's
sister.
Wow.
Dude, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think you need to go back and watch. I think you need to go back and watch USC, man, all year, especially Jordan Mayava. That dude,
Why do I have a lazy eye?
that dude's a baller, man.
Got some bad news.
And they've
for
got some
I like
weapons on the
that.
outside, and I think Notre Dame probably learned from that experience. And
Crazy, bro.
I would go back and watch USC all year because they've been pretty strong. They've been stronger than their record suggests. I know someone who doesn't watch USC probably thinks, "Wow, that's a 7-6 or whatever team," and that's a weak ass team. But USC had the lead in most of the games they played up to that point in the fourth quarter. So I'd go back and watch them, and maybe you'll get a different opinion on that. But Notre Dame definitely let up too many points against them. So I'm holding back some opinions on that as well. But as far as Penn State and Boise State, which is where we were before you left.
Oh, I wasn't sure if you guys resumed the talks. I just had to pee. I kind of assumed what
No,
you were
I-
gonna pick.
I responded to some
But-
comments here.
Oh, go ahead. Then.
But no, I think Penn State wins this game. I think Penn State stops the run because I think they know that that's how you beat Boise State. So I think Penn State devotes everything to stopping Ashton Genty, who probably should win the Heisman.
My one take on this
Yep.
Hang on.
is I think that Penn State goes in.
You got to get in close.
My bad. I think Penn State beats SMU. I think they think that they have an easy matchup against Boise, and then
Maybe on
they.
predictions.
That's fine. I think that they beat them. I think Boise State beats Penn.
Oh.
That's my pick.
We're gonna get back to that in a few minutes. But Trent just said that Boise State's gonna beat Penn State.
There is your bet of the freaking year. Boise State will probably be a 2-touchdown underdog to Penn State at the very minimum. So if you want to ride with Trenton, take Boise State straight up, and you'll probably get that at.
If you've got money to throw around,
Yep.
go ahead and follow Trent.
You'll probably get Boise State at plus 250 or 300, and that's a lot of money to be made there
I bet
if
they
you
give
ride with Trenton.
More than plus 250.
All right.
Battery in this fucking-
So, got Notre Dame. We've got Penn State. I can feel the answer, I think. But, what do you got going to the Natty?
These teams are so similar.
Dude, this is an easy.
Is it an easy
Notre
pick?
Dame, Penn State. If that's how it went,
Is this an easy pick?
whoever it is loses.
Yes,
Whoever it is loses.
Oh, okay. Spoiler.
Spoiler. I agree. Whoever comes out of this side of the bracket loses.
The only side on that bracket that could win a natty is.
I agree. I agree with that.
He set this whole thing up to make Notre Dame champs.
Brendan, again, this is a USC fan in the comments, so take what he says with a grain of salt.
Ooh.
But
He's Jewish.
Shut up.
and Braden said he's Jewish. No, I think that these teams are so similar. If Notre Dame can get pressure on the quarterback, if Notre Dame can pressure Drew Aller, I think Notre Dame wins. If Notre Dame can't pressure Drew Aller, I think Penn State wins. I think this game is so. Again, would probably be a pick 'em. Gosh, I don't know, man. I mean, it all depends on the defensive line. If Notre Dame's defensive line can get home, they win. If they can't, they lose. So I'm gonna assume that they can't, and I'm gonna take Penn State to beat Notre Dame.
No
On a
way.
neutral site, I think Penn State probably beats them.
That side of the bracket is so.
This side of the bracket is
lame.
weak.
It's so lame.
What is going on?
This side of the bracket is weak. I would probably put my money on Penn State before I put it on Notre Dame in that spot.
Wow.
Although I will say this: if Penn State plays Georgia, they lose. So it's weird up there.
I gotta edit this graphic real
Yep.
quick. Can't say that's what I was expecting.
No, I mean,
So you're gonna think Ohio beats.
I think Ohio State beats
So
Oregon.
you think Ohio State?
I think it is.
A Big Ten. Oh shit!
Yep.
Big Ten natty.
As much as I hate to admit it, I think this is most realistic. And Ohio State, Ryan Day is playing for his job. Literally for his job. And I think Ohio State wins the national championship.
Oh, fuck. That was fast.
Yeah. I think that Ohio State, again, has better athletes than Penn State. I think that Ohio State will come to learn that they have to play on the perimeter to beat these type of teams. And if they can figure that out, they are the best team in the country. And I think they beat Penn State in a rematch in Atlanta on January 20th. And this makes me sad to admit, but this is how I feel. So, yeah, I think Ohio State will win. I think the fact that Ryan Day's playing for his job security will make the difference. I think that you're gonna get a different Ohio State team than you've seen all year. Actually, I think you're gonna get the Ohio State team that played Indiana. That's a dangerous Ohio State. I think they win the whole thing.
Well, can't say that's what I was expecting. Hot take. If Carson played for ASU, they would win. I don't know about that, man. I've got
Bam.
the
Thunderbolt.
knees in the back of an 80-year-old man. I can't catch. So,
Yeah, I think that Ryan Day's job is on the line, and if he can get past Oregon, I think they win the whole thing.
hey, Braden. Braden says there's a 0% chance of this being the Natty game.
Braden, who do you have in the Natty?
We're going to have to give that about 30 seconds because this delay is insane.
I'm going to say he probably has
ASU,
Oregon and Georgia.
Make-A-Wish team. Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, ASU is a Make-A-Wish team.
Auto set.
I bet I'm going to go right now and say Braden probably has Oregon and Georgia in the Natty.
Bunch of drunks that don't.
We're not drunk. Had to
Who's
pick.
drinking? Who's drinking?
One guy's got whiskey, one guy's got girl drink.
All right, let me give my picks.
Yep.
All right, Trenton's up.
Let me give my picks.
Clear this out real quick. Would leave.
I
Could mix it up. Could mix it up.
Braden's right. It's gonna be Boise versus ASU for the Natty.
Oh, you just set the graphics up real quick.
I'd do it for that.
I'm actually like super in. The difference. I have a feeling I could smell the result that you're picking for some of these games.
You think so?
I think I can. But, you know, have you been boozing?
A little bit.
You've been boozing. I've been boozing. There could be different picks made here. And I don't want you to fucking look at the chat and have them in.
Oh, they're definitely not gonna influence any of these losers.
All right,
Not
hang on,
gonna
hang on.
influence.
We gotta share the mic, brother.
Oh,
we
we
gotta
do?
share the mic.
This is,
You gonna go to
I don't
any
get
of
my
these
own
games?
personal mic.
Cam, I would love to go to the Rose Bowl, especially if Tennessee and Oregon play, because that would be just like a lifetime memory. I mean, we already went to the Big Ten championship, super cheap, and it was awesome.
Yes.
Hang on.
You're
Hang
right,
on,
Braden.
Hang on.
You are right.
Hang on. You gotta wait. All right. Braden's gonna go take a shit. He wanted the chat to know that. But I would like to go. Terrible take on the bracket. You're about to get the best take when I go up, but right now we're gonna let Trenton handle the picks. I feel like he spoiled the pick a little bit, but I do need to answer Cam still. I would love to go to the Rose Bowl. However, financially, I don't think I can make that happen. We went to the Big Ten championship on pennies on the dollar because Ohio State fans were burnt that their team lost to Michigan and they dumped their tickets. We got some actually pretty decent seats for $25. And now I would love to go to that game, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Now, hang on.
I didn't even realize he said UT, but what I mean.
Anyway, hang on. We don't know what that means.
We don't know what UT is talking about. I mean, I know what UT is talking about.
I don't know if you do, because who's the real UT? We'll just leave it at that. Tennessee and Ohio State.
Oh no, he said.
but it could match up. Anyway, Tennessee, Ohio State, what you got?
I think Tennessee wins.
Got any reasoning behind that, or is it just because you're a
That's
delusional Knoxville resident
That's exactly true.
milking this AdSense? I haven't even played ads. I'm not getting paid for this shit, Brendan. I played one ad. I got about 20 cents probably. So we got Tennessee and Oregon, but we're not going to do that.
Okay.
We're going to move to Clemson. We're going to move to Clemson and Texas.
I think that it's a lot closer of a game. I do.
We're going to go with Arizona State and Texas.
Again, I'm going to probably have to go with Texas, but I think Arizona State puts up a lot better. I think Texas is going to overlook both of these, and I think that will make them struggle. I still think they'll win.
All right. Before we move on to the next one, my audio's cutting out, so I have to make a fix audio. Okay, the audio's cutting out. I gotta take an ad break. So I am gonna milk this AdSense and figure this out. I'll be back in about however long an ad break takes. Can you pull up my screen? Once we're back. I don't even know if we're back or not. Are we back? I ran an ad on my screen.
Yeah, you're back.
It'll cut out for a few seconds and come back in. Back in. God damn. I'm never going to get hired by a fucking news network. I hope this works out. Well, fuck it. We're just going to do it. We're going to do it. Let me make sure I never left. All right, cool. So I don't have to worry about anything. And that means they can hear me. Tennessee and Oregon. This reeks of a three ski. This reeks of a three ski.
This will definitely be a 3-ski.
Are we gonna do a
ole,
Are we gonna do a
in the
declaration?
chat?
Let's do a declaration of a 3-ski if this game happens. Put it on the camera.
What the hell is a 3-ski? Put a 10-ski on. 3-ski.
You know what? We need to talk to him about our 3-ski.
And I need everybody to get in here
Happily.
for an ole. Ole.
I am also making my picks on all these 3-skis. You can find them on Trenton Sparks' Instagram. They are much more consistent than the 3-ski picks that have been placed.
They're not.
Are you ready? Are you ready for the ole? Ole. All right. 3-ski's been placed. And that means we know who you're picking.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna bet on Tennessee, but I was probably gonna.
So what's the verdict? What's the
for,
final
for
verdict?
this? I mean, for the sake of the 3-ski, I'm gonna pick Tennessee, obviously, but I think that Oregon.
So what do you want me to do as far as graphic wise?
As far as graphic wise, let's keep it professional.
For the sake of the pick.
We'll go Oregon. I think Tennessee makes a run in it this year, but I don't think they go all the way.
Well, that leaves us with a team that may or may not be back, and a team that has disappointed me for as long as I've been watching college football, which is about the year before or the year of Marcus Mariota winning the Heisman. That's where I started as a consistent watcher of Oregon, and I've had a lot of letdowns since then. And Texas has had a lot of letdowns in terms of them being back are they going to be back in the Natty, or is Oregon going to be back in the Natty for the first time
I-
since 2015?
I think Oregon beats Texas. I think that because Texas has no one, lost to Georgia twice, and they're not the real UT. So they can go
Fuck off, perhaps.
fuck off, perhaps. Yes, they could.
And I just want to. We should probably throw this in there. Who's got more ranked wins than Texas? Is it top 25 wins?
Texas doesn't have one top 25.
Not
win.
one
Current
top
25.
And who's got
Yeah.
more?
UMass does.
UMass has more
UMass-
top
UMass
25 wins.
UMass has played more top 25.
Yeah.
Has played more top 25 teams. They haven't beat them.
They have not beat them.
They've played more. Quinn Ewers hater. Yeah, if it, you'll see my picks. But we're gonna move to the other side of the bracket. Who's gonna play Oregon in the Natty? We're gonna start off Indiana and Notre Dame.
I'm gonna go with Indiana. I'm going Indiana.
You know, you had a great bracket
And
going until that.
I actually don't have a reason other than I think Notre Dame likes to choke away big games, like Oregon, but I think Oregon puts it together a little bit this year. But I think Indiana does beat them.
Right.
I mean, who has Notre Dame played?
Texas A&M. Week 1.
Week 1. You can't count a week
Who
1
else
game.
did they play at Hampton?
Not a whole lot.
Not a whole lot.
They've had an easy schedule.
But so has Indiana. And their one big game.
Yeah, you're right.
Their biggest game, Ohio State. What's their second biggest game?
No
Nebraska? Is Nebraska the Indiana's second biggest game? And that was a bloodbath. That was a blowout. But I'm not. Hey, it's your picks. I'm not being a hater. Notre Dame
Kinda
ultimate
sound like a
choke
hater.
artist. Good call. Hey,
Thank you. Appreciate.
appreciate.
Preach.
Preach. So,
Notre Dame
SMU.
ultimate. Braden agrees with me too.
Yeah, but he's a Cowboys fan.
Who's
Detroit expat? Detroit expat.
He's Quinn Ewers hater. Yeah, I am. Quinn Ewers sucks.
All right. Penn State and SMU.
Penn State SMU. I think Penn State wins closely. I think they win closely. I think that they overlook SMU, and I think they do the same thing against Boise State, but Boise State beats them.
Oh, shit.
I think Boise State beats them. There's no way Penn State does not go into this and not at least choke one game. They might choke against SMU, but they choke, and it's going to be against one of those.
I just want to throw that out there that Braden is a self-aware Cowboys fan.
That's good.
That's great. The first part of solving a problem is realizing you have a problem.
Being a
And
Cowboys
being
fan
a Cowboy
is a problem.
fan is a problem.
It is a problem.
All
No,
right.
Boise doesn't win. Georgia beats Indiana.
Georgia beats Indiana.
Georgia beats Indiana.
Imagine the matchup.
Georgia
Boise
beats.
State and
Yeah,
and
this
Georgia.
is the problem with the auto bid right here because
If Boise State can
Boise
win a
State-
game as an auto bid, then that justifies the auto
no,
bids.
I
And if Arizona State wins a game, that justifies auto bids. And if one of these two
I
were to
think-
happen, even if not okay, so the auto bids, Clemson,
Arizona State.
Arizona
Clemson,
State, and Boise State. Those are the three
I
auto bids
agree.
to focus on. If one of them wins, I wouldn't say Clemson so much, but I would say Boise State or
I think
Arizona
that-
State winning a game. They will not change the
only
playoff.
reason I say that is I hate Penn State. I don't know why. Just do not like them. Think they suck. If Boise State were to play anyone else in this bracket other than Penn State or maybe Clemson, but they would lose to everyone else on this. Maybe not Indiana. And the only reason I have Indiana beating Notre Dame, not that I think they're a better team, I just think that's really all that it comes down to. I think Boise State loses.
Okay, so
that
Georgia?
gives it away.
Yeah,
Georgia
so
is
Georgia.
going to beat Boise.
You say bad. Cole says bad take to me saying it justifies it. maybe that's a bad wording of it. I don't
It might
think
be.
it justifies it personally, but in the eyes of the committee, if you're sticking to auto bids,
I don't
and
think
one
they
of the
should.
one of the auto bids wins. I'm not saying it's the right choice, nor am I saying it's the wrong choice. But if an auto bid is to win, like an ASU, like a Boise State, I don't think that they'll move away from it next year because it shows that they can.
Yeah.
It shows that
Well,
they
here's
can.
the thing, though. If Boise State would be ranked, what were they ranked before?
10.
They
They are
ranked
10
so
right
they
now.
would be in regardless.
Yes.
They would be in regardless. SMU was ranked top 12 too before they lost to. No,
Yes.
they were ranked top 12,
Yeah,
right?
Yep.
Okay, so both of those teams would be in. The only auto bid that wouldn't be in is Clemson, but they only got in because they beat SMU. And Arizona
But
State,
then SMU got in.
right?
So if
but
SMU wins that game, does Clemson get in?
SMU would already no Clemson winning,
How many losses would that be for? 3.
right? They have 2 losses right now. Yeah,
Auto bids are
So-
fine, but they need to be re-ranked before the bracket is made. I think my biggest problem with the
So, well,
bracket.
that's my thing though. Is Boise State would be in it regardless because they play an easier schedule. It's not like it's Mountain West. It's just the G5. It's the next highest ranked conference contender.
Yeah.
Like it.
Hampton's gonna be
Ugh.
back. Hampton's gonna be back. My take on it is, I forgot what I was gonna say. Never mind. Go ahead.
Clemson has 3 losses.
Clemson has 3 losses.
So if they would have lost to SMU, it would have been 4th, but they wouldn't
Oh,
have been in.
now I remember what I'm gonna
It
say.
wasn't a conference rank or a conference loss. Though.
What I think should be solved is that if they are going to go forward with auto bids, you can rank them however you want in the first round. I think that the path needs to be changed by high seed plays low seed. I don't think it needs to be a direct lane or sticking to a certain side of the bracket. If a 12 seed is winning this game, they should play the next highest seed that played. And what would that be? Notre Dame?
I'm confused
if-
by what you said.
Okay. 12 seed is in,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
They win. Who's the 12 seed?
Clemson.
Clemson's a 12
Or
seed.
SMU.
SMU is.
SMU's a 12 seed. SMU wins.
No, it's still.
Is it?
Is it?
Whoever the 12 seed is, if they win the game, I don't care what the bracket is supposed to be lined out as. I think that they should play whatever the next highest seed is. It can shift them all the way to the other side of the bracket. I think that higher seeds should benefit from being a higher seed because
Yeah.
Oregon does not
Right, like
benefit from
Oregon.
being a higher seed.
Yeah. They
So
have to-
if Oregon wins and SMU wins, Oregon should play SMU.
Yeah. I agree with that too because that side of the bracket or that section of the bracket is by no doubt the hardest portion of the bracket.
Yeah,
So,
that
I
is
mean,
the playoff bracket until
Yeah.
that is the most competitive part of the bracket until it gets into here, which is I'll save my predictions. But I mean, that lower section of the bracket going on to play Georgia
Boise,
is
Penn State, and SMU. That bracket portion sucks.
it's the softest portion.
Yes.
That is the softest portion of the bracket, and that's why I think that it should be reseeded to where the softer teams, whether they are like if they win, yeah, there is no benefit to having a 1 seed because Oregon has the
Yeah.
hardest path.
Trent
to the
loves
natty.
SMU. Trent does not love. have a
Oregon
one.
has the hardest path
Yeah.
to the to the natty. I wonder if I won the jersey. It's coming. All right. We're having good conversation here. But now,
I'm gonna make sure
Let's get-
he does not win the jersey.
motherfucker, I'm spinning the wheel.
Oh,
So we're
I'm
just
gonna
gonna
punch the screen really hard before it ends. If it starts looking like it's slowing down on Brendan's name, then your screen is getting punched through the wall.
you're paying for it. So let me set these up, but I think that principle, I think you guys agree. Unless Hampton got something to say about it. He said he had a lot to say about this, but I think you need to benefit the higher seeds because they are higher seeds.
Yes.
And that's not the way that it plays out. And Braden said top 4 seeds should be the top 4 seeds. I agree. It shouldn't depend on the conference championships or
If
not.
his roommates, if his
I'm an honest man. I've always been an honest man. But
Gonna be some guy from Nebraska. None of us know.
I don't even know anybody from Nebraska. Actually, we do know a guy from Nebraska. 1-800
Oh.
Nebraska.
Maybe just score.
Navy just scored. Fuck me. All right.
You're gonna be down $6, big dog.
Okay. Anyway, not when the second round comes. Anyway, national championship pick: Oregon, Georgia. Who's it gonna be?
I'm putting my SEC bias aside. I think Oregon wins because Georgia's.
Oh, I like you, Trent. Wow. I think that's a pretty. No, that's a good bracket.
I think it is.
Maybe the winner isn't. Well, I'll get into my picks.
It's not dogs.
But
Dogs can suck it.
national championship pick for Trent is Oregon. Braden?
Sadly.
Braden is passed out on the bed, so he's not going to be. I'm going to take my turn.
Sure. Let's get in.
You got a chair in your room, Hampton? All right. Score is 21-10. Navy and Army. Well, that just leaves me for now. Oh yeah, just move that shit out of the way. So, I am not the college football guru. I'd say that. Oh shit. I'd say that this is the most that I have ingested college football. I have not watched as much college football as I have this year in particular. I've always been a college football fan, but I haven't known as much as I know now. I'm not saying that that's a lot, but I've paid more attention, and you can attribute that to sports betting. But I'm going to go through, and I'm going to make my picks and try and be as unbiased as I can be. Brendan says no one needed to hear what Braden had to say, and I don't know if you can see Braden.
That's probably true.
It's not probably true. It's definitely true.
You can see his feet hanging off of the bed, but brother's passed out. So what I'm going to go with, I already got my thoughts of the 12-team playoff out of the way. I don't think auto bids is the best way to decide the playoff if they're not vocal about it, because it has been the best 4 teams have always gotten into the playoff in the committee's eyes, who the best 4 teams are. Now, it's not that. It's some of the best teams and some conference champs. What I think it should be is if you're going to stick with the auto bid, reseed them. If you're going to be taking the top 12 teams, get rid of auto bids completely, because the best Big 12 team I don't think could be a 3, 4, 5 runner-up, 5th runner-up in the SEC.
No.
So, with that, we've got Tennessee and Ohio State.
Arizona State wouldn't.
I don't think so.
Bottom feed.
And as much of it, and you say they're bottom feeder, but they are 7-5, 8-5,
There's
7-5.
might be 6.
I mean, we can give it a quick goog right now. They are SEC. Florida is 7-5. So they're 7-5, and that has nothing to do with this now.
Like
but
an LSU
yes, and
higher.
yeah,
No way.
no, I don't. No,
Ole Miss is a problem. Sticking to my guns.
Yeah,
If Ole Miss gets into this playoffs, they're a problem. They're a big issue.
so with that being said, we've got Tennessee in Columbus. I am holding on to one thing, and it's where the game's being played. I think if it's at Neyland, Tennessee wins, but since it's in Columbus, unless they are to checker the shoe,
Dude,
unless they are to get a 35% capacity if they are to get a 35% capacity of volunteer fans, I will take Tennessee, but I'm going to take Ohio State. And obviously, I don't have as much detailed elaboration as Hampton does. I've watched it. I'm trying to be as unbiased as I can because I've rooted for Tennessee in every single game that they've played. I've been to a lot of almost every Tennessee home game. I'm still liking Ohio State over Tennessee because it's in Columbus.
Wouldn't that have been so?
Oh, yeah, because I would go. But that's unfortunately not the case. And I'm going to move down to Clemson and Texas. I didn't even take it off, but I'm going to have Texas win. I like Texas more than Clemson. And I don't even have that much to go off of, but Clemson has had, who are their losses?
Georgia in week 1.
And honestly, that
South
loss
Carolina.
against against Georgia is not something that I wanted to hold on to very much because they made such improvements during the year, but then they did drop some games towards the end of the year.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take Texas. They've been a Clemson with a K. Oh, I say
I heard the Z.
fuck out of my room. Well, I won't have to say the Z anymore because Texas is beating fucking wherever they are in
Yeah, Clemson.
South Carolina?
Clemson has lost to Georgia, Louisville, and South Carolina.
Oh shit.
That game.
Who's the
They
fucking
played that game.
Oh, I gotta-
in Atlanta. That game
Where?
in
Which one?
Atlanta, Texas.
Clemson?
No, that game is that
Oh, Texas.
is in Atlanta.
What bowl is that?
We gotta pivot real quick. Fantasy football questions. Who do I start? 2 wide receivers spot,
Oh,
flex spot out
Lock
of
in.
or for 2 wide receivers and a flex spot out of CD, Garrett Wilson, Mike Evans, Amari, and James Cook.
Who do the Cowgirls play this weekend?
The Panthers.
Holy.
I would take.
James Cook,
I would take
CD, and Mike Evans is my pick.
Yeah, I
I'm
agree.
also 2-11 in our league,
Ooh.
so I'm sure you won't listen to me.
I don't even play fantasy football.
Keep that in mind.
All right. So now, out of Ohio State and Oregon, it is hard to beat a good team, a good program, twice in 1 year. And unfortunately, this is in my mind the team that I hate the most out of Oregon State wow, I can't believe I just said Oregon State. Out of Oregon's kind of rivals. It's a new rivalry.
They're lame. They literally made it a felony tag in their.
Yeah.
That's how scared of losing.
Ohio State is the softest program
Yeah,
in
that's why
college
you need
football.
to change it. Tennessee's gonna beat them.
I don't need to change shit. They're soft, but they're a good team.
No, they're soft.
They're soft, but they're a good team.
His picks, yeah.
They're soft.
So lame.
They are Charmin Ultra Soft, but they're a good program.
I had something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it also depends greatly on how Ohio State wins that. If Ohio State beats Tennessee in a pass fest where they throw the ball over the field and they're efficient on offense and they throw the ball all over the field, watch out. But if Ohio State wins, 20-17 and it's an ugly game and they win, they win in a dogfight, then I think Oregon beats them. But if they do what I think they're going to do and they throw the ball and they keep it on the perimeter and they beat Tennessee, I think they also beat Oregon. But
These are my picks, and I'm glad that you added that because I'm still going back and forth in my dome to see who's going to win this game and what I think it's coming to.
Quick? All right, I'm not trying to interrupt you. Going off of what he said, if Tennessee beats Ohio State in that same fashion, though, if they are passing the ball all over them, and Nico has figured it out, then I think Tennessee can do the same exact thing to Oregon. Can we also acknowledge
we just
that
invaded his picks.
this fucking guy back here? Can we show the camera on him?
I gave you guys an hour and a half,
This
2
fucking-
hours on this
unbelievable.
shit.
This
and I'm
fucking
getting
guy-
interrupted on my own
This
show.
this fucking guy behind us. We got to show him. He's literally snoring in the background right now.
Trent, go pick him up.
I will highlight this.
No, at the end of the stream, we'll mess with him to end the stream, but not
Oh no.
not before. Oh, it's not that big of a.
Anyway,
He won't wake up.
now they're my picks.
Yeah, they're Carson's.
They're my picks, and
I just had to add that in.
and it's not like you had like an hour to do your own thing, but you can go ahead and input whenever. This has been going on for like 2 hours now. I was expecting a maximum of 3, but we might go over that. Ohio State, Oregon. I was actually leaning Ohio State at first, but Ryan Day.
I agree.
Not in
I
a-
agree with you, Braden. Let me
Not.
know.
I don't like Ryan Day in a big game. I like Dan Lanning in a big game because he's got some fucking nuts of steel. He will.
Yeah, I agree
He
with
is such an aggressive coach that it puts them in a position to win or lose. Because last year the aggressiveness has lost them a game against I believe against Washington. That's one of the reasons they lost the game. But I'm gonna go with Oregon. I respect. One, I'm biased. 2, I respect the aggressiveness on Dan Lanning's part, and I think
Like
that
Dan
he
Campbell.
is a yes. Same first name Dan.
Just-
Unless you're Mullen. Mullen, an aggressive coach. Dan Mullen's a pussy. So we got Big Dan and the O going on, and now we've got Arizona State and Texas.
Oh, God.
You can say pussy. You just can't.
Ryan Day's a pussy. Yeah, he is.
Ryan
He's
Day?
got balls of.
He's
But-
got raisins for nuts.
Ryan Day is a pussy, but he's also playing for his job security.
He's playing for his job security, and I think that job security is going to be in jeopardy.
His job security is going to be done when Tennessee beats the shit out
If
of him.
this happens, Ryan Day gets fired in Pasadena.
Woo!
He's playing.
shit.
He's playing commercial.
I am slightly biased towards Arizona State, right? And as
That's
much
the
as I
upset.
would like them to win, I
For
can
the
recognize. It's my picks,
I'm just
motherfucker.
saying for bracket-
These are my picks.
You talked to me during mine. I'm just talking to you.
Yeah, but I'm the fuck. This is
I know.
whose YouTube channel is this?
Just for the sake of it, devil's advocate. Why not?
Because Texas is a better team. They are an SEC,
but-
a top of the SEC. Arizona State
Great.
is they won their conference. You think I don't want Arizona State to win this game? Job security can cause him to lose. It can.
It
And I
can.
think that's what
It
it
can.
will happen. I think
agree with
Oregon,
you. Again, Braden.
it's going to be close. The games between them always are. They have been since, and I've been honed in on this kind of, it's progressing into a rivalry now. And it's going to be
Oregon,
one of
Ohio
the
State.
biggest Big Ten rivalries for years to come.
Yeah.
And I've been obviously tracking this since 2015 when they beat Oregon in the Natty. And the last game that I can remember them playing before this year was Oregon, Ohio State, Anthony Brown starting at quarterback for Oregon, somehow winning that game. And that was not Dan Lanning at head coach. That was it wasn't Willie Taggart.
I don't even know.
It may have been Willie Taggart.
I don't-
Oh no, it was Mario Cristobal.
It
Fuck
totally
Mario
was.
Cristobal.
It was.
Fuck. That's why I'm glad that Miami didn't make it because fuck Mario Cristobal. He's
would've
fucked
lost.
Oregon out of the playoff because he's a shitty coach.
I would have lost.
Anyway, I love Cam
Miami
Scatabo.
sucks.
I'm calling him Scatabo because there's no double
That's
L.
what you said.
I am taking Texas because they are just an overall better team. They're an overall better team. And as much as I love Arizona State and I'm rooting for them to the end, unless they play Oregon, I'm taking Texas. I think, in my eyes,
You
I
Texas
think,
beats Oregon?
no, they beat Arizona State. I haven't moved on to
Oh,
this one
sorry.
yet. I think that Texas is better off by starting Arch.
Straight up. Out the gate.
Out the gate, I think
Wow.
Arch Manning should be the starter for Texas.
So I saw something. I have no idea if it's true. I didn't. I saw something.
Yeah, probably.
I saw
Probably,
something
yeah.
today that Quinn has an offer for $4 million from another. I think it was a Big Ten school. Go and play at a Big Ten school, and not enter the draft next. or I guess
I saw one. He's not a lock to enter the draft.
Yeah.
And
there's
you know
no
what the
way-
graphic that I saw was? Him in a UNC uniform.
That would be awesome. That would be.
I'm just saying what I
Maybe.
saw. Heisman winner next year. I can see that.
I will say this.
I think that Arch wins a championship at Texas. I do agree with that. I don't know if Nico's winning Heisman next year.
I gotta get on with these picks. We're at 2.5 hours.
Oh.
You can say what you need to say. I'm just saying I gotta get on with these things.
I think that we're talking about Arch, right?
We're talking about Arch. I think they win if they start Arch. I think the best path for Texas.
You don't think that's too soon for Arch? Think that
No,
he's been?
I don't.
You think that he's played enough? I know he's been. I know he knows what's going on.
I know Quinn has a better
he played
experience
one game?
in big game environments because he's been to the playoff.
Oh,
before.
he did. He played 2.
And
He
I
played
think,
UL Monroe,
Yeah.
yeah, that's true. And he played. Who else
And he
did he
threw
play?
2 picks.
Mississippi State.
He threw
Mississippi
2
State.
picks against UNL.
Well, that's why I'm not the college football expert. So take whatever I say with a grain of salt. But I've got Oregon and Texas winning, and I'm gonna move to the next one. We can share our thoughts after, but I gotta get my picks done.
Okay.
So we've got Indiana and Notre Dame. I was on the train that Indiana is a good team. I had them beating Nebraska. That was their biggest game at that point. When they played Ohio State is when I started to realize, before they played Ohio State, I said that I thought Ohio State was going to boat race them. And that's what it ended up being. What was it, like 31-7?
It was a lot to
A lot to a little. And that's all that matters. And it was double digits, but that's still a lot to a little.
Yeah, no.
Double digits only goes to 19. When you're in the 30s, that's
I think it was 38-17, 38-20.
2 of those, though, I know it's still. But Indiana, they were special team. 2 touchdowns. Special team.
14-point swing.
No,
special
I know,
teams
I
is
get it.
is 1/3 of the
No,
game.
I get it.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
Coach
that
Rancic.
I know. I know. I'm just saying. Double run.
Double run.
Double run. I'm just saying. I think.
I don't
But-
believe that. I believe that Ohio State is significantly better than Indiana.
Oh no, I think they
and
are too.
I don't even think it's I don't think it's a question that Notre Dame's going to win this game.
Wow.
I don't think it's up for debate. I know you picked in Indiana.
And
I don't think it's up for debate.
I don't think it's up for debate talent wise. I think Notre Dame's a better, but I think Notre Dame likes to.
I don't think they like it.
No, you're right. They don't like it, but they do. They definitely
You think Notre
do.
Dame's got a kink going on? They like being they like
definitely have a
choking.
kink.
I will say this.
Positive.
Notre Dame, their biggest chokes were under Brian Kelly. We don't really know the identity of this Notre Dame team under Marcus Freeman in big games.
Except their loss to Northern Illinois.
I can explain why that happened.
And
I
how
can-
bad
I can
it-
tell you why that happened.
They overlooked them.
Yeah.
Looking ahead.
Yeah.
Happens to
You
it.
want a beer?
Yeah, I'll take White Claw. Girl drink.
If you want to. Asking a lot.
All right,
I
so
go
I'm
in the
going to
freezer.
proceed with
In the freezer. In the little black thing.
SMU and Penn State. I've got some things to say about this game. I think out of everyone in here, I already forgot Trenton's picks, but I'm pretty sure he picked Penn State, right? I think Penn State, I saw them play in person. Can't miss it. Their offense has potential to be one of the best in the country.
Yeah.
And they have, I don't know the tight end's name, but he's number 44, long hair, baller, fucking baller. Their quarterback, Drew Aller,
Drew Aller, yeah.
Drew Aller, baller. But their defense is not
A lot of holes.
very sound. There's a lot. Their biggest weakness is on the defense, and the biggest strength for SMU is the offense. And I know that doesn't compute directly, but I'm going to pick SMU. I pick SMU.
If any of you agree with this take, SMU beating Penn State, bet the over. The only way SMU
Yes,
wins
bet the
this
over.
game, the only way SMU wins this football game is if it's an absolute shootout.
Hammer the over.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But I like SMU. I think that they are better than people are giving them credit for. I know that they're a runner-up in the ACC, and as much as you can give them props or knock them for that, I like SMU. I like their offense. What Kevin Jennings? What did Timothy Chalamet say?
Yo.
Potential.
Ball.
Timothy Chalamet
He
knows
might be a
ball.
sissy boy.
Kevin Jennings, in Timothy Chalamet's eyes, is a Heisman contender next year. And I don't know. I'm an offensive guy. I just love offense. So I'm gonna go SMU against Boise State in the next round. And
I like it.
Notre Dame.
Fuck Penn State.
Yeah, fuck Penn State.
Fuck Penn State. Losers.
Okay. Keep going.
Okay, so next one, we're gonna start at the bottom. We're gonna keep going with the bottom. Boise State and SMU. I think that's such an interesting matchup if it were to happen. A runner-up
So
and a
fun.
Nutty pick.
It's so
Yes.
like ballsy pick, like ballsy pick.
That's a nutty pick.
Yeah, Boise State waxes SMU. If their defense is their weak point, and I mean, I just said it doesn't compute. Hang on, I said it doesn't compute directly that offense against a bad defense means that the team's gonna win because SMU also has a bad defense.
Dude, if one thing I want.
You had your chance to say shit.
No, I know. I'm just saying. College football is so much different. Obviously, Penn State is probably a better team than SMU, but these players get like I feel like it goes to their head a lot more than when Panthers play the Chiefs. You know, like I know that's a bad example because
Is that- Hello, Mrs. Smith.
What up, Mom?
Go Timothy Chalamet.
Yeah.
Come on. But I'm gonna keep moving forward. This is a hard one. I kind of backed myself into a corner with these picks because it would be so much easier to pick Penn State going against SMU. But what I'm gonna do is prove that Ashton Genty is the true Heisman winner.
Oh,
I have Boise
that's
State.
tonight, right?
It is tonight. I think
8 o'clock Eastern.
8 o'clock Eastern
That's cool.
for all the West Coast folks. I've got Boise State winning. And maybe it's just a gut feeling. Maybe it's what I want to happen. But I have Genty has to win Heisman. I don't think he wins it. I think he should, but maybe not should. The only thing is that if Genty is at a Power 5 school, he still produces the same. I truly believe that he produces the same exact way.
Depends on which one.
I think if he's if he's anywhere but the SEC,
Yeah.
he is producing the same amount.
Honestly, anywhere but the SEC or Big Ten. The Big Ten has some good defense.
But who you saw the schedule releases for next year for the Big Ten, it is a lot of cupcake conferences. Like a lot of cupcake schedules.
If Ashton Genty plays for Indiana this year, he's the Heisman front runner, and it's not even close.
Yeah, I think Genty should win Heisman. I'm not saying like if Travis Hunter wins, I'm not going to be mad at it. I completely understand. I don't think he should have won the
What is it?
most outstanding defensive player. I don't think he should have won
What,
that.
Travis Hunter?
Travis
I think
Hunter.
they're doing that to set him up to.
Yeah, a triple crown that nobody's gotten that before.
I think I'm going to disagree with you on that. I think that Travis Hunter is more deserving of the best defensive player than he is of the Bolin.
The Biletnikoff
You cannot
is
convince me that Travis Hunter is the best wide receiver in the country. That is blasphemy, and I will not hear it.
I'd take Thornton over. I'd take
Absolutely.
Thornton over. What's his first name?
Yeah, Deontay Thornton. Yeah, I agree with that, Braden. That's actually factually accurate. Can't argue. That,
Yeah,
but
you can't argue against. I mean,
Yeah.
you can argue against numbers, but you can't argue against that category.
Where I have a problem is Travis Hunter winning the Biletnikoff. That is crazy. Travis Hunter isn't a top 5 receiver in the country, and he just won the Biletnikoff.
He is a
crazy.
top 5 player in the
Yes.
country,
Yes.
possibly top 1, 2, 3, but
Yep.
he's not the best at any position. I think if he's playing both sides of the ball, which first of all will not translate to the NFL. I don't think he will be playing both sides of the ball. That no NFL coach is ballsy enough. The only NFL coach that I think is ballsy enough to play him both sides of the field in the pros is Dan Campbell.
That would be
Or
so bad.
Sean Payton. But I'm going to move on because we're getting into NFL talk and we're focusing on college football. Notre Dame and Georgia. I know Georgia is one of the best teams in the country, but is that what they've been putting on the field the last few weeks?
I don't think.
Is that what they've been putting on the field the last few
No, it
weeks?
hasn't. But they've been.
They've been winning.
How good
I-
is
they-
Gunnar Stockton?
I don't think it matters. I think
Sean Payton paid Taysom Hill $100 million. Sorry, I'm answering Braden. Sean Payton, I believe Sean Payton is ballsy.
I don't wins this side of the conference no matter what, just because they're Georgia. I mean, literally.
Well, yeah, you already had your chance to make picks, brother.
They find ways to win. I mean,
They may find ways to win.
Stetson Bennett was not a good quarterback.
In college, he was.
Was he? Or was Georgia's really that good?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Does that matter?
No,
It just matters
think
if
Georgia
you are
is
a-
just that good. Their entire team. Boise's
Okay.
team is not comparable to.
Okay, well, we're not talking about Boise.
Yeah.
We're talking about Notre Dame
Oh, I thought you were talking
versus
about,
Georgia. I haven't decided this
I
yet.
thought you already.
And I know that Georgia is one of the best teams in the nation. And I know that Notre Dame is one of the best teams in the nation. And going off of their resume, Georgia in their wins, they beat Texas twice. And that's obviously a better resume. I don't have as much faith in Texas. Like, if they were to match up again, I'm taking Georgia again, 100%. But I'm going with the losses that they've had. Obviously, the one loss that Notre Dame's had is worse than it's not comparable to anybody. It's not comparable to anybody in this playoff. It's by far the worst. They lost to a MAC team they're not even bowl eligible, are they? Are they?
I'm not sure.
I think they are. They were fighting for they were ranked for a week or two after they beat Notre Dame, but they're still a MAC team, and it was Notre Dame looking ahead. And I just know that. I mean, week one. What I'm still stuck on is week one Notre Dame, and everything else that came after that NIU game. I don't even just like I don't hold on to that Clemson losing to Georgia. Like that game, the week one game, it's a week two game. NIU, and in my eyes, basically Notre Dame's undefeated. I take that game with a grain of salt.
That is good. That could go.
Yeah.
That could go.
Well, let's add on to it because I have Notre Dame beating Georgia.
Can I?
You can butt in.
Can I
You can add to it.
This is why I agree with him on this. What Notre Dame has been consistent all year. And I know there's going to be people in the comments that don't like that. But Georgia has not been able to stop the run. And Notre Dame has run all over every team they've played. And I get it. Bring up the strength of schedule, whatever you want. I'm a Tennessee guy first. But Notre Dame, Brendan, Notre Dame's run game is undeniably elite. It's good. Jeremiah Love is probably the sneakiest athlete in college football. Probably.
He's sick.
I can make my own fucking picks, all right?
So,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cuss in front of you, Mrs.
So-
Smith.
Oh, that's.
oh no, she can handle it.
Okay.
I get pretty fired up sometimes. But what Notre Dame has will travel. And I'm not sure I believe in Georgia's run defense. So
It's not a blush, it's a dang it. It's a sunburn.
When did you get sunburned? It's been snowing
I
right
work
here.
Hey, you can get UV rays going through the clouds. I'm an Amazon delivery
He
driver.
has a crush on me.
Okay. Anyway,
Anyway.
and then it all comes to this, which is why the bracket is bad, because I think it's going to end up as Boise State and Notre Dame, and I don't see
Smash the under in that game.
I don't see Boise State.
Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Notre
I
Dame
don't
scores
That's the
28 on the ground. Boise State scores 28-14.
I'm taking Notre Dame. And then up here, sure that it's looking good on the stream. I'm gonna take.
Either way, whoever comes out of this.
And you know how I was like justifying every single pick up
Honestly,
until now? I'm not gonna do that because I'm
Don't
just gonna
justify.
pick Oregon.
You don't have
I'm
to.
just gonna pick Oregon because they're my picks.
Yeah,
My
they're-
picks, my way.
I love
And I will attempt to justify. Like I said earlier with
I can help you.
I was saying that if Arch Manning, not Archie Manning, he's old. When Trenton has the most accurate bracket, you're in bad company.
Who's Brendan Spanks?
Trent or Sparks don't know ball. Sparks don't know ball.
You don't.
Sparks don't know ball.
Brendan tried to bet me that USC would beat Notre Dame. That's
Anyway, that wouldn't happen. But
We're scared to take it.
okay. Anyway, Arch Manning, I think that he's their best solution, or maybe not solution, but I think that if Arch Manning were to start, they would still have a good enough, if not better, chance at making a deeper playoff run.
I agree.
And now, hang on. No. I got my picks. My turn. My turn. You said it was my
I
turn.
would change your picks. I was just saying the good thing is if they brought Arch in right now, not like they have a Arch could probably go out and beat and
Oh, yeah.
ASU. Like that's doable, and that's 2 games in playoffs that he'll get. So I'm just saying, good because they're
But Oregon, I mean, I have so much faith in Dan Lanning, and it's obvious, it's 100% biased. That's why I'm making them go here. And let me say this: do I believe that Oregon is the best team in the country currently? No. Do they deserve the number? Do they deserve the number 1 spot? Yes, because they're undefeated. They won the conference going undefeated. They have a top 3 win. They have a top 2 win, right? What was Ohio State? At least a top 3 win.
Ohio State was 2 and they played 3.
Yeah. So they have a top 3 win. They've done everything they've needed to do just by winning. And I'm going to pick them half because bias, a quarter because I love Dan Lanning, and a quarter because Texas is never going to be back. So I'm going to go down to the Natty.
Texas is
We do.
Is it
So we've got Oregon in the Natty, right?
Yep.
And we've got Notre Dame
Undeniably the game.
in the Natty. Oh, where did it go? Rudy.
Notre Dame?
Yeah, is that a bet that you're laying down right now? I bet Braden has better picks. Well, Braden's asleep drunkenly on my bed. So we're not going to be able to hear from him. He wanted to be in it. I said he could be in it. And he fumbled the opportunity. So that's a little fucked up. That's a little fucked up. But
It would be Braden's luck.
Braden's got great luck. Betting wise. He's won the most parlays out of
Carson,
the household.
I really want to hear your picks on this.
And you know, it's hard.
It'd be impossible for me to get mad about the outcome of it.
It's hard for me to pick this. I mean, realistically, it's hard. And you want to talk about realistically who I think's gonna win. I'm not even gonna get into that because I have Oregon winning.
Yeah.
I think Oregon.
I have Oregon winning, and if you think I was gonna go in any different direction, it would have been in the first round. It would have been in the Rose Bowl
In the Rose
against. If Oregon wins in the Rose Bowl, I think they have a very good shot at winning the entire thing.
I totally agree.
And the only thing is who comes out of the Notre Dame and Georgia game.
Yep.
I think the last time that Oregon and Georgia played was brutal, and Dan Lanning was the coach for that game.
That was
It was we didn't, I don't know. It was ugly, and that's with Bo Nix, and I don't have a huge amount of faith in Dylan Gabriel. I don't think it was week 1. And that's the same thing as Clemson. Because the rest of the year they were fine.
never would have guessed it, Cats.
They were good. They were great. The rest of the year, aside from that week 1 loss to Georgia, and then they dropped 2 games to Washington in very close games in the regular season and the Pac-12 championship. But this is a different team that Oregon has not. Maybe they have not played up to the standard that they should have in games against lesser opponents. But I can't pick against Oregon. I can't. And as much as I would, realistically, I would probably choose Notre Dame or Georgia. Whoever wins that. The Natty is going to come down to whoever wins the Georgia-Notre Dame game, if Notre Dame's to get past Indiana, which I think is not up for debate. And it's going to be who comes out of the winner of this bracket. It's Tennessee or it's Texas, Ohio State, Oregon. Those are my 3 picks out of this side. Tennessee, Oregon, or Ohio State, Texas, and Oregon. Those are my 3 picks out of that side of the bracket. And
I agree.
Don't think it.
no, because I think they'd lose to Texas. I think UT
Even
would.
if they beat
Yeah, it doesn't matter who you beat before. I still think.
No, I disagree.
That's how this whole thing is led up to this. But the playoff is a way different thing than the regular season. And I understand.
I truly think that. I'm just saying this out. I know I've told you. I think it's.
Yeah, but that's just the thing. I don't think that Tennessee. Not only do I think that they're going to lose, I don't think that if they win, it'll be close. If they beat Ohio State, it'll be close. It's not going to be like a blowout or a boat race. I think that it's going to be a close game, and even if they were to beat Ohio State, I don't think that Tennessee can beat Texas. That's my take, and I know we have different takes.
I'm gonna. To that question, I would just ask you.
Why? I
What-
have no reason why.
What separates Texas from Oregon? I have my answer. What do you think? Assuming Tennessee, in our situation that we're building right now, hypothetically, we are assuming that Tennessee beats Oregon in the Rose Bowl, and then plays Texas in the. What separates Texas from Oregon?
I think Dan Lanning's a better coach.
That would prove.
I do think that Dan Lanning is a better coach.
But
Are you talking about Tennessee? Did I hear that wrong? Are you talking about Tennessee?
beats Oregon,
Okay, Tennessee beats
Hypothetical.
Oregon.
and they play Texas in the Senate.
Well, in my mind, this isn't going to happen, so I have no reason.
I agree with you.
And obviously I did too. I picked. I'm just saying, Tennessee and Lanning is a.
I think Dan Lanning is a better coach
Then
than Steve
who?
Sarkisian.
Okay,
I agree.
so then don't.
Well, that is a different conversation between Josh Heupel and Steve Sarkisian. I mean, really, all I can say is gut feeling. I watch college football. I've watched it all year long. I can't say that I'm as descriptive and elaborative as Hampton or you, but I think that Dan Lanning is one of the best coaches in college football. I think that I still think that Bucky Irving, Glazer. Let's go Ducks.
Who's that?
Isaiah's little brother, Emerson. But I think that Dan Lanning is one of the best coaches in college football. I think that, and it's not like I'm saying that Josh Heupel and Steve Sarkisian
I think
aren't.
Josh Heupel-
Yeah,
that he'll-
but how about this? It's still Nico's first year. It's not Quinn's first time in the playoff. I still think that Texas would beat Tennessee.
I will
Washington
say-
was a great team last year. As much as I hate them, they were a
are.
great team
They were a
last
great
year.
team.
Kalen DeBoer did not just get the job at Bama for no reason.
Yeah.
And you know who else was in line for that job before Kalen? Dan Lanning. And Dan said no. He said, if you're not worried about your coach leaving, come over to Oregon. That is literally the reel on Instagram that says, if you're worried about your coach leaving, come to Oregon. That was his pitch.
It's a good
Josh
pick.
Heupel's not-
I don't know. I'm not saying that Josh Heupel's leaving Tennessee. I don't. Do you
I
think
agree.
was Josh Heupel in the running for the Bama coaching job?
I don't think that. I think they knew he was.
I don't think Josh
Yeah.
Heupel was ever offered.
I don't think he was either. And I don't
think he was.
I don't think it's because he thinks everybody thinks he's going to stay at Tennessee. Because there's no reason you wouldn't. What's the worst they can do? Say no. That's such like that is a
Yeah.
scenario and
No, I
that's
actually
it. That is a question for any yes or no scenario. What's the worst they can do? Say no.
I disagree with that.
Okay,
The Alabama job is unique.
it is, and I think if it wasn't Dan Lanning, I'm completely fine with Alabama hiring Kalen DeBoer.
I think Kalen DeBoer is in a unique position to take that Alabama because he was an underdog his entire career, and there was never an expectation that Kalen DeBoer was going to win. There was that expectation was
I
never
would
there.
say the only people that had expectations for Kalen DeBoer to win them a natty is Alabama fans.
Right.
But
Yes,
nobody,
correct.
not just anybody,
What-
whether you can go undefeated for years. Literally, you can never have had a loss as a coach, as a head coach, whatever program.
Yeah.
You still have huge shoes to fill
Yeah.
with Nick Saban.
I mean, look, Kalen DeBoer was an underdog, and this is gonna hurt. But Kalen DeBoer was an underdog in both of the Oregon games he played last year.
Yeah. No,
He-
I
he
mean,
was
hey,
supposed to lose.
it was as
those two
painful
games.
as it was as I watched both of them as it is now. It
Yes.
sucked seeing them win, especially since my dad's a fucking Washington fan. I don't even know how that happened, but he's a Washington fan, and he gave me shit for both. He wasn't there for one. I watched that
Yeah.
first regular season game alone, and the kicker position has been a problem with Oregon for years,
Yeah.
even since Mariota was there. They have never had like a great kicker, and Camden Lewis, who was the kicker at the time, was, he missed. They couldn't send it to OT. Washington was the best team in the Pac-12 last year, and it has a lot to do with Kalen DeBoer. Of course, it has a lot to do with Michael Penix.
I think Michael Penix is a problem, and Dunze.
Yeah, and they just had a great team last
Yeah.
year, and I think that I have a Nike Authentic signed Chase Young jersey.
Oh,
you
shit.
can have. Oh shit! Oh shit! We got an autographed Bijan or an autographed Chase Young.
That's
One of them's on the Saints, one of them's
Huge.
not. But Bucky Irving, Oregon, and I was singing his praises last year.
You were.
I was singing his praises last year, and I was singing his praises so much that I took him in a league, first year in the league. You do a rookie draft.
How's that?
I'm not in playoffs, but I'm not last. But I think we,
Probably 'cause we're too far away from the mic.
yeah, I think we just have to talk louder.
We need more mics.
Yeah,
I'll
but
buy a mic. I'll buy you a mic.
I actually do have an extra mic, but it
sure?
would just take a lot more prep time to
Yeah.
set it up. But
Never mind.
never
sorry,
mind.
my bad.
Oh, okay. So basically, we're gonna end this segment off right here.
I agree with that.
But I want the roommates to stay in here for the rest of the stream because it's gone a lot more maybe not fluidly,
wanna
but
stay. I wanna
I feel
I'll stay. I'm
I
happy to
feel
stay.
I feel good. I feel good right now. And, you know, maybe we don't have a ton of stream left to go, but I think what is a good.
I think we should make all of these people in here that we know stay in the chat.
Well, they've already stayed this long, and they're only here for the jersey giveaway and to support their friend. And I really appreciate you guys. I love all of you. And so to reward you guys for that, we're gonna go to the jersey giveaway right now.
Let's go.
We're going to the jersey giveaway right now. And so wheels.
Let's get Cole. Hey,
Cole? Oh,
yeah, 'cause
well-
I don't think he's back in the chat. He has.
well, it doesn't mean he's not watching. 28-13 Navy. Fuck.
That's 6. Oh, we need to talk about that.
Oh, yeah.
Navy.
Let's before we go
Could be a group.
it could be. Before we go to
They got excited. About
hang on,
this.
shut up. Before we go to the jersey giveaway, I just want to throw in one small thing. How many bowl games are there, Hampton?
There are 52,
There's 52?
132 guest teams. 40 something. There's a shit ton. There's a
So
ton.
I'm pretty sure that we went with the bowl games. I want to say that there's around 39 bowl games that we bet on.
That might be right.
And
Should I
me,
get that paper?
it doesn't matter. I'm not going to read all of them off. But what me and Trenton did. Bucky Irving lover is in the chat.
Let's go, Bucky.
Let's
Irving.
go, baby. What me and Trenton did is we sat down. I had to power through a lot of hand cramps. There are 47 total college football bowl games, and Brendan helping us out with that too.
Thank you, Brendan.
Brendan Spanks.
Me and Trenton
Miss
Went-
Moustakis called me.
Miss Moustakis,
Moustakis.
fucking deep throat water bottle.
Yep. He
Mike-
called me Trenton Spanks first day of class.
Mike's
And
sister.
everyone laughed. It's
You like that?
Stuck. I like that. I like that.
That's ball knowledge right there.
That is
What
ball
did you
knowledge.
say?
That's huge ball knowledge. You just had to be there.
It's right here, dog.
So-
That's great because I'm right here.
Anyway, so what we're gonna do before we get to the jersey giveaway, it'll be real quick. Me and Trenton sat down, had to power through some hand cramps, wrote down every single bowl game. Maybe not every single. Shut up.
You had to say that, bro.
Shut up.
Put your goggles on.
Anyway,
I know.
I went through a lot of bowl games. We flipped heads or tails for what team or what person gets the first pick, and we bet on over 30 bowl games. $3 on each.
You like that?
You like that? $3 on each game. He's got a lot more of the favorites in the big games, but I just wanted to throw that in there. But now I'm not going to keep everybody waiting much longer. Let me pull up the wheel spin.
Do
We
that.
gotta wait for Trent to get back because
I really hope we don't win because any of the roommates win. Never gonna live.
oh no, all my friends are saying if we don't win, it's rigged. If
Yeah.
somebody that we don't know wins, it's rigged. But
It's not good.
hey, I'm an honest man. I am a very honest man. All right. If there's
I
one
haven't
thing
even-
that I am, it's honest.
I haven't even decided what jersey I want.
You're down for Dylan Sampson,
I guess.
but if you know you could do whatever you want.
If I win this
You're
thing-
you're an entry. You know you posted it
yes.
and whatever.
Yes.
Everybody who posted on multiple platforms, you got multiple entries.
Nice.
So there's some Trenton. He's got in on multiple platforms. Brendan and Cassidy are in on multiple platforms. Emerson is on multiple platforms. So we're just gonna spin it. Russell. I typed that wrong.
What's the deal?
Let me fix that. But
Is that a Russell Wilson current jersey?
oh yeah, he's
or
a Steelers.
past?
He's a Steelers fan.
Oh, what up? Go Steelers.
So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna spin the wheel and we're gonna watch my bank account take a hit
Okay.
on whoever is gonna get this jersey. I do want to flip it over here just so I have the OBS up. You guys ready? Is everybody ready?
See it.
I think everybody's ready. Here it
It's
is.
gonna be. Dude. What if
And it is
Ryan?
Ryan.
Joe Montana.
It's
How
Ryan.
close it was.
It's
Dude.
Ryan.
Ryan McKinley, your brother.
That is
Um,
Ryan Darby.
Oh.
Joe
fuck Ryan
Montana.
Darby.
Notre Dame is winning that championship now.
He wants a third day.
He wants a Joe Montana Notre Dame. That's probably one of the most expensive fucking jerseys on here. So congrats, Ryan. God damn it.
Of course, Darby, dude.
So Ryan, you won. You won the jersey giveaway. Let me pull up the main
Out of
camera.
all of our friend group, it had to be Darby.
Funny as hell.
Ryan Darby did. Oh, hey, Ryan didn't watch the stream.
Didn't.
I don't want to be a dick.
God,
I don't want to be
out
corrupt.
of all of our friends, he didn't.
Hey,
That's true.
I'm an
Out of all of our friends, he did not watch.
I am an honest man. I can't control all of the ads, Braden. Okay.
What if we give Darby,
Google needs their fucking money, and
Go Bucky Irving.
go Bucky Irving. I have a feeling that guy's name is Mason for some reason. But
Bucky Irving lover. What's your real name? Gotta be Mason.
I would love to respin because Ryan's not here.
What if we give Darby like $5 gift card to Hooters? And
I don't want to be a fucking asshole. Oh, it's fucking Emerson. It's Emerson. Isaiah says it's rigged. Sorry, Emerson. I know you wanted that Bucky Irving jersey real bad, and I would have loved to have bought a Bucky Irving jersey. But now it's going to Ryan. And Ryan's getting a Notre Dame Joe Montana jersey. That's a great jersey.
don't look now.
I got to give it to him.
Foreshadowing?
You know what? I am going to call him.
Call him.
I'm going to call him.
Call him.
I'm going to give it to him anyway. I have to give it to him. But I'm going to call him and see what he says. I'm not putting it on speaker.
What he says.
Braden is still asleep.
Still asleep.
Do a gift card giveaway for the viewers. I can.
Yeah, do it. Do it.
Darby. You won. You won. Oh.
Let him know he's on speaker.
Oh, you're on speaker, by the way. I'm putting you into the mic if they can even hear you. But
Oh, shit. Yeah, my phone was gonna die. I was like, shit, I gotta turn. And then I got the text messages. I was like, God damn it, I just missed it.
yeah, I mean, it could have been sooner. I didn't think I was gonna run 2.5 hours, 2:45 until I did it.
Fortunately.
But hey, congrats, man. I probably have to buy you the second most expensive jersey out of all the entries. But congrats. Thanks for entering and sharing and everything.
Force.
Yeah, so I'll get that to you. I'll have to, call you or text you to get your size and whatever if you didn't comment it already. But hey, congrats.
Thanks, man.
All right, I'm gonna go back to the stream, but I'll talk to you later. All right, see ya. All right, so Ryan won. Sorry to everybody else who entered the giveaway. Most expensive is Bucky Irving. You're right, it is priceless, but I'd say that the other most expensive is probably a Troy Aikman 75th anniversary jersey for the Cowboys. Or, like a Troy Polamalu game worn and signed. But glad that didn't win.
Put that.
Who do you think put that? Yeah, your fucking brother put.
Of course he put that.
Dude doesn't even sound grateful. Hey. Hey,
Hey, before you buy that Montana,
give me a discount? Hey.
He's gonna bite.
If he can give me a discount, I might have to do a second one.
Bootleg.
He doesn't even know your last name? Well, let's not leak the government name here, even though it's already been leaked. But now
the feds.
we've got another thing to do, and I want you guys to help me out on this. I don't know if you've had everything, but since I've been running 25 days of Rankmas, and I have not, been very great at that. I have not been. I'm like 4 days behind. Big Ten championship. Can you pass that up? Can you pass that up?
No,
You can't pass that up.
Memories, dude. Memories.
Memories are priceless. You can't pass that up.
No,
So
no.
we're gonna try and knock one out here. If I could find the. Oh, it's big middle box. Those are all $2 bills, baby.
They're worth about 4.
Go to
Really?
Daisy Dukes down the street.
Hey,
Oh my
we
God.
can, huh?
I didn't go to Daisy Dukes.
So
You
what
are.
we're gonna do? I gotta get back in this camera right here. But you guys will be, in the background giving your input. So there's gonna be a team ranking. All right.
Okay.
I don't know if you've had everything. This is holiday drinks.
Okay.
And I've had all of these that are on here.
I've had most of them. Can I add
They're
one
right.
thing?
They're
Can
right
I-
down here.
can
Yeah,
I
go
add one
ahead.
thing?
Go ahead.
Does Bush apple qualify?
That is a summer flavor. If it was, Bush Apple's going to
Okay.
S plus.
All right. I don't know if
Well, you can just put your input on how it sounds.
I seltzer.
Bud Light
So they're,
seltzers do suck ass. We're gonna go with the traditional ones first. So let's go with eggnog. How many of you guys have had eggnog? And how do you feel about eggnog, Hampton?
If I was gonna put eggnog on an S through F tier, I'd probably put it somewhere around IC.
Okay.
Realistically.
Trent, what do you think?
I've never.
I don't know if that's a like a result of lack of love. No. Your mom loves you. So we're gonna go eggnog, and where I have it,
I'm just kidding, Mom. If you're listening.
if you've had eggnog, I have tried eggnog progressively throughout the years, and I have not yet come around to it completely. I've heated it up. I've had alcohol in it. It's better with alcohol,
For sure.
and it's better heated up.
Anything's.
But I've had it cold. I've had it soberly. And where I'm going to rank that because of those, I can't drink a lot of eggnog in one sitting. Like that bottle that's in that bottle that's in the fridge, I took one sip of that out of that bottle. It's probably expired or gone bad now. I'm not a huge fan of eggnog.
Oh, there's some.
There was in the fridge.
Maximum 2 egg.
I took one sip and was done. I can fill a coffee mug with it, heat it up,
What is, like,
maybe
the
pour some
premise?
brandy in there or something. What's in it? It's egg, nutmeg, and milk, basically.
And
Yeah, and I mean you can have it virgin, or you can have it fucking. But either way, I'm putting it in. I'm gonna put it in C.
I'm not mad about that.
I the flavor of it is fine. The heaviness of it, whether it's spiked or not,
It's like a meat.
it is a heavy drink. It's a heavy drink. It's got eggs. But now we're gonna move to apple cider. How you guys feel about apple cider?
That's a hot.
apple cider is probably a high B.
Okay.
I would.
I like apple cider. I tried to make my own and it didn't work that well, but I'm not a cook. I like apple cider. I'm gonna put it B.
I'm not mad about.
And I
cider.
can't say what's in front or behind it. But we're gonna go with hot chocolate. Come on. Come on.
Dude.
Everybody knows where a hot chocolate's going. It's gotta be S.
That's-
That's like the ultimate holiday drink.
Especially a homemade hot chocolate.
I made some hot chocolate the other night and fucked it up. But
That's up-
because I put the powder in,
You
I
use
put the
packet.
I put the packet in before I microwaved the milk, and it wasn't,
Dude,
mixing well.
if you
But you know what?
use-
It was still good.
You
It was
use
a late night.
you use Hershey's hot chocolate, like the liquid shit. That bro,
You made it with? Have you made it with
can be
liquid
done.
syrup? Really?
it can be done.
I'm more of a Swiss Miss Nestle packet kind
See,
of guy.
That's where you're wrong.
Really?
If there was a tier above S, make it with the syrup and it's up there.
Really? That's interesting. We've been plotting buying chocolate syrup for
I
about
starved
2
it.
months.
I saw it at the store. Buy some.
And so now, let me pull this up so I can see the chat. Cider's a B tier. It's egg and not. Good point. Lucky definitely got to check age.
Yo,
Eggnog beer B tier depends on where it's from. Okay, so now I've got the chat pulled
that's a
up.
good point.
So everybody-
Actually, on that eggnog, I'm down with that.
I don't know eggnog manufacturers or brewers, I guess.
It's better homemade. I mean, everything's better.
I mean, I've never had homemade eggnog, but I've had it out of a commercial jug or bottle. But what I'm gonna go to next is that now that we've gotten all the traditional ones out of the way, let's move to the Sprite cranberries of the world.
I've had that.
Have you had the regular, the
We need
OG
to- yeah.
Sprite cranberry? Is
What's
what we
the
need
one
to
that you
cover
bought the other
first.
day?
Winter spice cranberry. But I'm gonna have you hold your thought on
Okay.
whatever it is, because I've had Sprite cranberry, the OG, one time, and man, what an experience! What an experience! I think that is one of the best flavors that Sprite has ever come out with. I've had their other flavored drinks, whether it's like raspberry, tropical punch, whatever it is. But for the holiday season, they're always coming out with Sprite cranberry. And what came after it is not as good. But what came before what came before Winter Spice Cranberry is the OG red can LeBron James
Yes.
Sprite Cranberry. You want a Sprite Cranberry?
Right, cranberry.
Is that
Listen,
your LeBron?
I think that
That's my LeBron. Yeah, I'm LeBron.
That's your LeBron.
LeBron James,
LeBron James.
LeBron James.
LeBron Sprite Cranberry. That's what we're rating right now.
We are rating the OG LeBron Sprite
OG
Cranberry.
LeBron Sprite Cranberry is probably an A. I'm not sure it's up there with hot chocolate, but
It's not on the level of hot chocolate, but it is a high A tier,
That-
borderline S tier.
dude, yeah. That OG LeBron Sprite Cranberry.
Fireball.
Stop
We have
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
You barking
Fireball-
for UGA?
Never. Dude, Fireball slept on.
You are definitely a Fireball supporter.
I am a Fireball supporter.
Huge Fireball.
Fireball is a college football drink. Care about college sports, you drink Fireball.
Wow.
You go grab some. Should I go grab some Fireball?
I
Take a
should
Fireball shooter?
probably be in a Fireball ambassador.
All right,
Grab
let's
one and
do
take
it.
one?
Let's do it.
All right.
Fine.
Okay. We're going to take a little break.
No, we'll do it.
No, I got to take a piss.
Oh.
So,
Good shout.
what we're going to do, they're going to go grab Trent's going to go grab the Fireball. Hampton's going to keep you guys entertained.
Yep.
Braden's going to sleep on the bed, and I'm going to go
Yep.
whiz.
All right. So Fireball is a college sports drink. Okay, if you really support college athletics, you drink Fireball. I sneak between 8 and 15 Fireballs into each college football game I attend. Yeah, if you ever go to a college football game, definitely sneak in some Fireball because it's the college football game. Bucky Irving lover. I understand that you miss Carson. I know you guys know Carson. I know you guys don't know me. But I'm your college football guy. Carson will be back very soon. But I like Bucky Irving. So if you like Bucky Irving, maybe we can be friends. We'll figure that out later. Anyway, yeah, college football is the greatest sport on earth. Braden is dreaming. Don't know if you can hear that. Probably can't. What's that? Yeah, so if I pissed you off because I said college football is the greatest sport on earth,
Because you're lame.
you're probably from Europe, and I'm gonna withhold my thoughts on that whole thing.
What are your opinions?
We won't get into France.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll avoid French people.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
So we're not gonna have a lot of stream time left after this because I'm gonna. Oh well, I mean we have no time limit on the stream, but I'm talking about mental capacity and my ability to put sentences together, which is already struggling off the get-go because I have no script to go off of. But now I'm about to have some beverages and a shot going into the system.
I still have a lot.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll get it. We'll get into that.
All right.
We'll get into that.
top?
Up top. Let's make sure we're all in the can. Well, Trent's hand is in the can.
Go Vols.
Let's go Ducks.
Am I in the stadium right now?
Feels like it.
That's
It's
not the
fourth
best thing
quarter,
I've
yeah.
ever,
It's fourth
Dad.
quarter.
A
Neil.
lot of noise. A lot of noise.
Fourth quarter.
You should
Tennessee
have a
could
time.
beat-
David Sparks says I should have a time limit.
You should have a time limit.
David.
David is right. We only like when Carson talks about Bucky. Hey, Bucky Irving, greatest running back of all time. But we're gonna proceed with our rankings. When I post this into an actual video, we're gonna have some editing to do. It's about to hit SM after dark.
Yo.
But now we're gonna move to
David's bedtime.
Sprite.
What time is
It's 6:20. The night's young.
Mr. Sparks, break out the fireball.
Break out the fireball, Dave.
Yeah.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna move to the lesser of the two, and it's already a
Is that
spoiler,
he's-
but
like he's saying,
I don't know. But pretty sick that you just joined. Anyway, Sprite Winter Spiced Cranberry is not even. It doesn't even sniff. It doesn't even like know that the OG Sprite Cranberry exists
No, it doesn't.
because it's not even close to the
I
level.
tried the other-
You tried it the other night and you thought what? And you weren't what? Mm-mm.
It was whatever. It got me through, but it wasn't anything special.
Yeah, I'm not a big Winter Spice Cranberry guy. And
This Sprite drink is like an auto bid. It's only on this page because it should be, right? It deserves to be. If you want to say that, it deserves to be.
it
Close game.
deserves to be
Deserves to be.
because that's the formatting of
Yeah.
the tier list and the college football playoff. Oh
So-
man.
Uh-oh. So this Sprite drink is an auto bid, and I think it probably belongs the low C's or the high D. Be realistic with you, I would rather drink eggnog than that Sprite drink.
I think out of a sitting, what I'm going to be able to, stomach better, it would be Winter Spice Cranberry. But how are my taste buds going to feel along that ride? And I think that eggnog offers a better alternative to a taste bud what's the word? Standpoint.
Yeah.
You.
What would you rather sip?
What would I rather sip? Probably some spiked eggnog, really. And that's why I'm putting it in E tier. And so now we've got some different ones. We're gonna go through the Bud Light seltzers first, and because I can't really pick the right images to put in here, we're gonna try and remember. But I remember the flavors. But we're gonna start off with Bud Light Seltzer Apple Crisp. Have either of you guys had this? I have. And
Sad.
it out of the flannel pack.
I'm not.
Okay. Anyway, don't fist bump over that. Okay. So Bud Light Seltzer. That's getting cut. The Bud Light Seltzer Apple Crisp is one of the better ones out of the flannel pack.
What?
I think that it is actually the second best out of the flannel pack.
Behind.
You can't reveal that.
I can't reveal it, but I've had apple. What's the name? Spanish for like sun or not sun. It's like apple manzanita. That's our manzanita Sol.
Nice.
That is an apple soda, and it tastes very similar, but it's not as good as that. And I'm gonna put it. What would I rather have? Bright cranberry or apple crisp Bud Light Seltzer?
Hold on. OG Sprite Cranberry?
No. Winter Spice
Oh,
Cranberry.
well,
Let me get that out of the way.
I was gonna say
The shitty Sprite
whoa.
Cranberry. I'm going C tier.
I think that's fair.
And this one is
I've never had it, so I can't.
we're gonna stick with the flannel pack. We're gonna go with maple pear. This one
Sounds disgusting.
was definitely hard to get down.
I've
with.
also never had that. Have you had that?
I've had
like
all of-
3 Bud Light Seltzer.
Bud Light Seltzer or Bud Light is definitely at the bottom
Bud Light is
of the
lame.
Bud Light is lame. Bud Light is at
Bud Light
the
is lame.
Bud Light is at the bottom of seltzer power rankings, but that's what we've got on the list. So we can't really include that as a total, overlook. But maple pear, I don't like it. I think it's not a good seltzer flavor, and I would rather have Sprite cranberry with no alcohol over a maple pear with alcohol.
I'm with that.
And I've been sipping all stream, and it's affecting my speech right now.
It's probably what, 5%, 4.5%.
I think it's about 4.2%.
Yeah.
Actually, no, seltzers are like
Chicken.
5. Seltzers are like 5%, so I'd say it's around
Yeah.
there. This one, we've got pumpkin spice. There's certain things that you can put pumpkin spice into, but if the only flavoring being pumpkin spice in carbonated water with a little bit of alcohol in it is not a good blend. And I would honestly rather have the maple pear than the
Whoa.
pumpkin spice.
No way.
Absolutely. I'm a big pumpkin spice supporter, and Brendan knows that.
And I know too, because you've gone to Starbucks a ton of times.
And because the pumpkin spice latte is fucking good. And you can okay, hang on. Well, you better watch what you say.
It's a little lame.
It's a little lame. You can call me
Lame.
perhaps let's just move on. We're gonna go with a toast.
Wait, hold on. Wait, we're going to speed past that like that? Hold on.
If you hate pumpkin spice, you hate the world.
Listen, hold on. Wait a second.
Can I hang on? Let me add on to this.
Sure.
So, with the sole flavoring being pumpkin spice, in a carbonated drink, where if Bud Light Seltzer by itself without flavoring is carbonated water with alcohol, it's shitty. You add pumpkin spice into that, it doesn't blend with carbonated drinks. It doesn't.
Wait.
And if you put, hang on, Hampton. You've got a lot to say, but I gotta hold you. I gotta make you hold on real quick. Pumpkin spice coffee. I have pumpkin spice coffee creamer in the fridge right now, and that's really good. Pumpkin spice latte from Starbucks is really good. But if that's your sole thing, I think without a dairy product, if it's not a creamer, if it's just in carbonated water, I don't like it that much. I mean, you could say like pumpkin pie, like a food, but it's not the same. It's a drink. And if you're putting it into carbonated water with some alcohol, 5% alcohol, it's not that good.
I don't think we're disagreeing as much as you think we might be.
Okay.
My only question is the pumpkin spice Bud Light Seltzer on the same level as the Sprite winner or whatever?
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. Is it on the same level?
Would you put those two things on the same
Because if
level?
they're on the same level, that means that one's an alternative to another.
Right.
Right.
Which one would you
We're on
rather
the same
have?
page for that. I would much rather have that. What can I put in?
Have what?
Which one?
I would much rather have Winter Spice Cranberry.
I agree.
So
And
then put
can
the
I put-
motherfucker at F.
It's still behind it. It's a spot and a half behind it. But what can I really put on F tier? I don't know. So that raises a question. Does
Dude.
pumpkin spice go into D or F?
I think the pumpkin spice Bud Light is a total failure. I think it's a swing and a miss.
It's something that
No.
It's something that they should not. I've tried all of the flannel pack, and I've tried all of the truly holiday combos.
I know for sure I haven't tried this. I really honestly should.
I have
You
a.
know what? I have. I've tried.
Chad says that pumpkin spice is ass in
Yes,
general.
dude,
No, it's not.
Whoa.
No, it's not.
Agree. It's terrible.
Pumpkin spice is fire in coffee.
S. What is Brent saying S to?
Pumpkin spice because he fucking knows ball.
Brendan is lame too, and that's why.
Make a new tier for it. Diabolical. I've never had it. F.
Dude, listen.
Oh, hey, by the way, just to throw this out there, Navy's up 31-13 in the fourth quarter.
My overhit.
Motherfucker.
Hey, tune into my Instagram. You'll see Hampton's picks every weekend, but also you'll see.
Okay, that's not going to happen. But anyway, Yeah, he may be up 6, but we got 30 other fucking games to go through.
I'm
2 for 2.
1 for 1.
Oh, you're 2 for 2 now.
Oh,
you
no,
have Army
Army
minus
lost.
6.5.
He had Army.
Oh,
minus
you had
6.5.
Army minus 6.5.
Minus-
1
he's
for 1.
1.
1 and 1. 1 for 2. 1 and 1.
You know who's 2-0?
That will correct itself.
It's because you fucking you got the coin flip in your favor.
You picked.
Okay, shut up.
You picked.
Yeah, that may be right, but we're gonna let's ignore that.
Look, this is all I'm gonna say on this. I think that Bud Light, Pumpkin Spice, could probably be an F. I would rather drink Sprite, Holiday, whatever.
But what would you rather drink, a maple pear flavored thing or a pumpkin spice flavored thing? Doesn't matter what the thing
That's
is.
a loaded question. Because who is pumpkin spicing?
Who's pumpkin spice?
If Bud Light is pumpkin spicing, I'd
We're
rather
drunk.
drink the alternative.
We're drunk.
What?
I'm drunk.
It is, dude.
I'm fine.
Oh,
Who's
I can
pumpkin
tell.
spicing?
Bud Light's pumpkin spicing.
Well, I don't.
And
want
Bud Light shouldn't pumpkin spice. I
I
can't believe
agree.
we're spending so much time on one entry.
I agree.
Go to the next.
You know what? I'm gonna leave it there, but we have room to recorrect. But toasted marshmallow. I have a video,
Who
But I-
makes this?
but I have Bud Light seltzer, toasted marshmallow, part of the flannel pack. No.
Not good.
No. Don't be so quick to assume, my friend. Because me and my good buddy, Pompey, I have a video of this. I'm wearing a Seattle Kraken jersey. We're about to go to a BC Renegades. It is. I only have one. And before we go to a BC Renegades football game, decided to do a little pregame at my casa. Shotgun some toasted marshmallow, and the amount of surprise that I had for the flavor of this seltzer was immense because they don't make them anymore. They don't. And I was pleasantly surprised with the flavor of this seltzer. Braden went, slept, pissed, came back. But
I'm glad it's asleep.
But we don't need to, we don't need to hone in on that. What we need to hone in on is that toasted marshmallow is a B tier. And I don't know how Hampton's going to feel about that, but when he comes back, he'll let his he'll let his thoughts be known that toasted marshmallow is a B tier. Toasted marshmallow is a B tier. But now we're going to move into the truly ASMR. Dude, this is a bad idea. I'm drunk now. So we got the orange sparkler. It's basically just a orange Truly. I think that truly seltzers are better than Bud Light seltzers. And I know I've been drinking White Claw the whole time. The midget in the camera and I'll like and sub. Braden, get up! Colton needs a sub. All right. Colton, I know you are. Colton, I know you already subbed. Colton, I know you already subbed. That's why you're my guy.
Colton Spakes.
So, we've got the orange sparkler Truly. It's just basically it is an orange flavored Truly. And where can you put orange flavored things? I'm not a fan of orange juice, but orange flavored things. I like sodas that are orange. I'm good. You like Fanta, Sunkist, Mountain Dew Livewire. I'm a Mountain Dew enthusiast, and we'll get into that in a second.
Back of a Mountain Dew.
But as far as an orange sparkler goes,
Which one is this?
this is truly orange sparkler.
Not about that.
I think
Where do
that
you
is
put
a
a C?
fair
Yeah.
C tier
I agree.
above. In holiday perspective, it goes above. It's under eggnog. I'm not an eggnog. I'm not singing the praises of eggnog, but I can agree that orange sparkler is on the same level as eggnog as far as you can enjoy eggnog for the festivities and maybe you have a glass, maybe you have 2 glasses, whether it's
do live wire from Chow Chow.
maybe you can have a couple cups of eggnog, but you can have a few cans of orange sparkler, but I'm going to put them on the same level. I'm not going to put orange sparkler in front of eggnog just because this is a holiday list and the vitality, like that word, vitality
Great word. Great word.
of
Hey,
eggnog in the
great
holiday.
pull out of your dictionary.
That's probably top 15 words.
The vitality of eggnog during the holiday season is above the truly orange sparkler that they don't really make anymore.
Yeah.
Instead, anyway,
I have shoes.
I also have shoes. Now we're gonna go with holiday sangria style. Honestly, what I can comfortably do is put all of these Trulies.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay, I won't move to the next one. Holiday sangria. It's basically what? A fruit punch, a spiked fruit punch, ish.
What? How much sangria is this holiday sangria?
That's it. Who doesn't like orange?
That's a great point, Chad.
Okay,
Also a great point.
pineapple
Orange juice
juice
is pretty good.
is the superior of fruit, and so is apple juice.
What? Pineapple juice?
Pineapple
You
juice
know
is better than
apple
orange
is
juice.
good for?
We'll be right back.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Pineapple juice above orange juice. Apple juice above orange juice. Orange juice out of the big three.
Mountain Dew in Copenhagen? Not mad about that.
Hey, did you know that Mountain?
Copenhagen's pretty good.
Hang on, did you know that Mountain Dew started in Knoxville, Tennessee?
Did you know that?
God
Copenhagen-
bless Tennessee.
Know that Co-
He doesn't know. This mother.
Thank you for that,
What a
Trent.
guy. What a guy.
Anyway, we're gonna
Listen.
move on.
Listen. Listen. I haven't had the Truly Sangria, okay? I haven't had that drink. But how sangria is it? Because if it's anything like real sangria, it does not deserve to be in C tier.
No.
It should be in B tier. But
So you don't like regular sangria,
I like sangria.
and you think regular
But-
sangria goes higher up in the tier list?
Yes, I think sangria, as it
doesn't work.
Normal sangria is not a C tier drink. I think that's at least a B tier drink.
Now let me hit you with this:
Tell me.
flavored seltzers. This pineapple seltzer that I'm
Tell me.
drinking right now, does not have not overwhelming, of course, but a huge flavor presence in the seltzer world, because seltzers are not heavily flavored. They are slightly flavored
Yeah.
to where you could taste it enough for
It's
it
like
to
LaCroix.
to recognize there's a difference.
Yeah.
But the main flavor is seltzer and artificial flavoring. And sangria is the same thing. It's got a little bit of a whatever the fuck's in sangria. I've had sangria. I didn't include it on
Yeah.
this list because
think
I
that's
haven't
fine.
had it enough times to rank it. But I think it belongs in C tier
made a
because
good
of
point.
the flavoring is not strong.
Made a good point.
And none of the flavorings in any seltzers are strong. Except for that toasted marshmallow. Like the marshmallow flavor is actually very present, especially aftertaste wise. But I'm not going to spend too much time because I've consumed more Bud Light seltzers than I have Trulies. You can say whatever you want about that. But we've
I've got a lot to say about that.
got plum orange fizz. I believe that is.
Hampton
that
looks like
is.
he's got a lot to say about
I
that, too.
believe
He's
that's
dying in his seat
okay.
right now.
Hey, let's move on. We've got the plum orange fizz from Truly, and I can't remember this a ton, but honestly, what I was thinking is that all of these Truly flavors, similar to the Bud Light flavors,
People still
are
buy
all.
Truly?
I think Truly is superior to White Claw.
Really?
I do. The pineapple Truly is elite. Anyway, so we're gonna move on to the plum orange, or that's what we're on already, and I think I'm completely comfortable with putting it. Actually, let me do this. Apple crisp goes in front of all of these.
Okay.
I think it's a good flavor.
Fair.
But when we go to plum orange fizz, I in whatever order you want to put these, I'm putting all the Truly holiday packs on C because they're very similar tasting. Like it's faint flavoring.
Right.
And so are all of these, but I think that the faint flavoring choices.
Yeah.
Who the fuck thinks to make a marshmallow flavored seltzer? And it somehow worked for me. For me, it worked.
Yeah, I mean,
I can only say that because I'm the only one that's had them.
I think that Truly's gonna have a pretty consistent flavor profile across the board.
Yeah.
I'm not mad about
And so I'm gonna keep that
Truly
there.
being in C.
And this one is cranberry. I'm gonna pull this one up. Cranberry.
That is
Bud Light Seltzer cranberry.
a wild card.
It's just it's all faint flavoring. It's all so faint that I don't know where I can really
It's
Put
all
them.
it's all LaCroix type flavoring.
Yeah, it is.
like
It's just carbonated water,
Yeah.
5% alcohol,
Yeah.
and some faint flavoring.
It's
And
basic-
I don't want to put every seltzer on the B tier. So with I know some that can go lower. And it's gonna happen. But Bud Light Seltzer Cranberry, I think can go above the Trulies. It's and just and under the Apple Crisp, just because it's faint, but I like apple flavored things better. Like if I had the choice to drink apple juice or cranberry juice, I'm drinking apple juice.
for sure.
Unless
For sure.
I got pissing problems.
Agreed. Agreed.
But I don't know. I don't even know what this next one is. If I'm being
That's the same
honest,
thing.
it's.
Put that F.
I'm not even gonna rank it.
What is that?
Actually, you know what? Oh fuck!
Uh-oh.
Hang on. Bud Light Seltzer, ugly sweater pack. The
You're absolutely right. I don't want
the okay, this pack there's cranberry. This is cherry cordial. Or cordial.
Cordial. You got it.
Cordial? Okay, that's what I thought. Cherry cordial. I don't know what the cordial comes from, but cherry flavored
Cordial
anything.
means like kind and
Yeah, but like is that a holiday like
cherry
thing?
kindness.
Like let me Oh, that's soldier.
it's IAL.
Cherry cordial. It's
Oh,
a
it's like a
chocolate covered
chocolate-
cherry.
Oh, a
It's a
chocolate
chocolate covered cherry.
cherry.
And what I could say is that I've had this is completely related, even though there's no fucking like alcohol in it. The chocolate bang. They had a chocolate bang. It's a whole lot of chocolata.
Okay.
Fucking ass. Terrible.
Wow.
Absolutely abysmal
That was,
flavoring.
Never had
that
it.
was assertive.
Like literally
He hated it. He
the
hated it.
worst-
The way it came off his tongue.
the worst bang flavor.
You
It's
can't-
worse than cake batter. It's worse than the
Is
it
it
is
on this list?
the what is it?
What-
Oh no,
you
whole
just said
whole
you
lot of
hated it.
whole lot of chocolata isn't. But since this is a chocolate covered cherry, I'm trying to draw comparisons. I can't remember what
I'm
it tasted
pretty
like.
Sure,
A
based on what
chocolate covered.
you just said, it has to be F.
I agree. Because I'm gonna be honest, I can't remember the experience that I had, but I'm gonna put that in F tier just because I can. It's my list, my rules.
You're right.
Yeah.
However, a chocolate covered.
I would rather have a chocolate covered strawberry.
For
And I'm
sure,
not even a
100%.
strawberry
You don't
guy.
even like
I'm not
strawberries?
even a strawberry guy.
100%, I agree.
Well, let's knock out the
I would
last of
rather
these.
have a chocolate
This one's
covered
sugar
strawberry,
plum.
too.
This one's sugar plum. And
It's a wild card.
you are my honey bun sugar plum, pumpy umpy umpkin. You're my sweetie pie. That one?
My mom used to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we got sugar plum, and I'm gonna be honest, I can't remember this one either. But plum. What does that even taste like?
Plums are
plum.
good.
I've-
Plums are good.
Plums are pretty good.
Okay, hang on.
I can't
Let me ask
describe
this:
it, but they're good.
Are prunes or dehydrated
Not
plums?
good.
Right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
I hate prunes.
Colton, if you're still listening, we have a joke about you.
Uh-oh.
Hey,
Really?
did you know that Dr.
Honestly?
Pepper is made with prune juice?
Stop.
I didn't.
It is. And my one friend, and you know Keenan. Keenan was shitting himself at our friend's house. He was just letting them rip, letting the fucking the methane gases leak. And prune juice has a lot to do with that in Dr. Pepper.
Interesting.
Just wanted to throw that in there.
The more you know.
That's a little gross, but we're gonna go. This one, it's an eggnog flavored seltzer,
No, delete it.
and it's going to actually. You know what?
Delete it. It's F.
How about this?
Whoa, whoa.
Oh, hang on. Nothing's on the level of an eggnog flavored, in terms of, boo.
Wait,
What is work? Okay, eggnog is already a C tier by itself. You try it in carbonated water. Eggnog is a dairy-based drink
Let me just
with
say-
eggs. And then you put it into carbonated water as an artificial flavor. It is not good. And
Let me just say this.
you could say whatever
I think,
you want.
I think those drinks should still remain an F.
You think they should?
But I think you need to put the Bud Light eggnog at a totally different level of F.
So that's why I had to move them up. Because
Oh.
it doesn't matter how big of the gap it is between that, but eggnog flavored
Those drinks,
seltzer.
those are D- drinks, and Bud Light eggnog is just an.
I have only so much I could fit onto the screen.
It's an F-. Bud Light eggnog is an.
But
It doesn't get any worse than.
with us placing Bud Light eggnog seltzer at the bottom, we're back into some good shit. Because for the first time last year at a company picnic, I tried Canada Dry cranberry ginger ale. And that was so good. It was so good. I'm looking the wrong way. I gotta look at the camera, but I don't want them to see my puffy eyes, squinty eyes. But I've got Canada Dry cranberry.
Wow.
It is so good. It's actually so good.
A tier.
Yes. I would drink it over apple cider. I would drink it not as much as Sprite cranberry, but it is really good. I swear to God. And they didn't stop making it. It's still in stores.
Okay.
It is so good. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to bring some in the household.
I'm actually fine with it at A tier. You're right. I'd rather have it than.
Yeah, you can't drink a ton of apple cider.
I would damn sure have it.
I mean-
had Bud Light toasted marshmallow.
Really, you shouldn't be drinking a lot of soda and
Yeah,
like
for
multiple sodas in one sitting, but
If you want to live more than 70 years,
hey,
a lot of stuff.
not here for a long time, here for a good time, pal. But now we have, and I've tried both of these. We've got the gingerbread Mountain Dew, and we've got the fruit quaked, which is fruitcake flavored. And what I'm gonna do with this? All right,
Don't
let's
even get me
let's cut
started.
you off right there. Fruit cake by itself is a terrible piece of food.
Agreed.
And I covered that in my last one if you want to go check that out. But fruitcake by itself is terrible. But when Mountain Dew flavors their own, like flavors their drinks, everything has the same base flavor, just like a
Yep.
seltzer has their same base flavor.
Yep.
I think that fruit quaked, as much as it's not a great flavoring, I would rather drink it over the Truly seltzers, but under that Bud Light seltzer. It's a C tier. It's a C tier. And now I'm gonna go into the ginger snapped, what it's called, ginger snapped Mountain Dew. I like this one. I like it. I don't know if I like what extent I like it to, but let's do some comparisons. Nothing's touching hot chocolate. Nothing's even in the realm of hot chocolate. But under that is A tier, and that's Sprite cranberry, legendary. Then you've got cranberry flavored ginger ale, and that is really good. But can you put ginger snapped over apple cider? No, you can't. Can you put it over toasted marshmallow? You can. And that's where I'm putting it. Oh. It's a soda. Doesn't have alcoholic content, but it's more enjoyable to drink than the toasted marshmallow. And so that's my final tier list rank for holiday drinks. And can't believe I'm going to be posting a drunken video on my channel. What a first. What a first. But that's going to be it for the tier list. Do I have anything else after that? Let's hear some more. This is going to be more of an off the cuff kind of thing as far as the stream goes. As far as the stream goes, because I know Hampton's got a lot to say about this 12-team playoff in the auto biz that he was talking about earlier. So let's let Hampton get back in. This is basically the end of the stream, but we're going to be talking a little bit more ball because I having a fucking great time. Football.
Football. Back at it.
Let's go
Yeah,
back to
some
the main
college
cam
football, yeah.
to get all of us in here.
Great.
Braden's still passed out on the bed, as you can see,
Yeah,
the gray
he is.
sweatshirt in the
He's like a
background.
fast asleep.
Oh, you want to talk about ball? What, do you think I'm going to give a hairline reveal for free?
Brutal. Gotta charge for that. No, but
I have to hit 10K subs before I'm doing a hairline
Look,
reveal.
I think that we're locked into this system until
Oh, he'll do a hairline reveal for back there.
yeah.
You
behind-
guys have seen my
behind
hairline.
scenes.
Right. No, I mean we're locked into this college football playoff system until 2026. So we're gonna get it this year, obviously, and we're gonna get it next year. So I don't think it's worth getting too upset over, but I think that auto bids, at least the way they have them currently, that's a flawed concept. So somebody mentioned earlier in the comment section that the 1 seed gets punished. And when I was watching Oregon and Penn State, I thought to myself, as Oregon was winning the football game, I thought, wow, Oregon just won the Big Ten championship game, and they're going to bring home some hardware, and good for them. But they're going to play arguably the hottest team in football out of the first round.
Now I agree. Absolutely.
Dude, I'm getting so many. I can make now
Oregon-
with just Hampton talking.
Yeah.
Oregon got screwed by getting the
I
by
just
winning,
don't. I
but-
just don't understand how you can set up this whole bracket, 12 teams. You know, maybe it's not focused on the best 12. You're incentivizing the conference champs so much. But why does the 1 seed have to get a shittier
Yeah.
route to the
So-
natty? Because
so I
what,
agree.
like, Penn State benefited from losing that game.
They did.
And that just does not make any sense to
No,
me
absolutely, I
because
agree.
Oregon is undefeated.
But
Whether or not their schedule was hard, they won their conference. They are the only undefeated team in the playoff.
Yep.
Why do they have to get the shittiest route to the national championship? Because they have to play either Tennessee or Ohio State, and then they have to play the winner of. Really, it's between Texas and Clemson, but it's most likely going to be Texas. You have to play not only the number for most of the year that Oregon wasn't the number 1, Texas is the number 1, right? And they have to play them. And if they're not playing them, they're playing Clemson or Arizona State. Arizona State, I wouldn't be mad at, but if you have to play Clemson, that's
you're not
fine
gonna be
too.
mad at Arizona State
I'm not going to be
because we're-
fine. I'm not going to be mad at that, but most likely they are going to have to play, if they win their game against the winner of Tennessee and Ohio State, they have to play arguably the second best team in the country, and they should be playing someone lower from the side of, Penn State, SMU. I would rather see I think it would make more sense to see a Penn State Oregon rematch in the leading up to the Natty than seeing them play a top gun like a Texas. It just doesn't make sense
think
why they
that it
have
would
to go
be-
through such a tumultuous road.
I think that it would make. I wouldn't have lost him. Probably. Penn State would probably. Saying
Cam says that you look like an author of a mystery novel.
It's a good shot, Cam.
No, I think that if Penn State would be, I think it would. Tennessee deserves to be around where they're at.
But
Plus
yes.
or minus 1 spot.
Yes,
I agree.
I
Maybe
do.
not minus 1
But
spot,
I just
plus
don't
1
think
spot,
that
I
they
agree.
should be on the same side of the bracket as Oregon. I feel like the
No,
winner
but-
the winner
but
of
where
the
they're at in the
Ohio
SEC
State and Tennessee game, if they were to make it all the way through the bracket, that would be a good natty matchup. Ohio State or Tennessee. If Oregon were to make it to the natty, they make it through everybody that they play in the
If
thing.
Tennessee and
If
Ohio
the
are on
bracket's
side of the
different
bracket,
and Ohio State and Tennessee's game is on the other side of the bracket,
that
I
could
think
be it,
that
yeah.
would be better. And maybe, okay, let me backtrack a little bit. I say it's going to be better for the playoff. I think they need to even out the seeding throughout the whole playoff. Like I was saying earlier, reseed it after the first round outcomes. Like if the low seed, if SMU beats Penn State SMU should play Oregon. If ASU, I know they're in the second round, if they were in the first round, they beat Texas, they should play Oregon. The lowest seed that wins should play the highest seed that is remaining. And I don't know why that's not the way it is, because that's how it is when it goes in NFL or the NBA. Because how the NBA is matched up, you get 8 teams from each conference, 1 versus 8. That's how it goes. And then the next one, it goes by highest seed. And I'm pretty sure that's how the NFL goes. Because if you don't get a first round bye, you're a division winner that plays a wild card team. That makes the most sense. But if you're a division winner, and I know that's how it is in the NFL, like whoever wins the NFC South is probably not better than the first wild card. But it should be reseeded to put the highest seed left available to lowest seed left available.
I agree. I mean, I just think it's the biggest problem with it is the higher seed you are, the more you get punished. And
Which is insane.
So what if instead of they want to have these in the play, they want to have them in instead of having the conferences week. Hey, so Boise State was ranked 10?
Yeah.
Okay. So keep Boise State at 10. Who was next then? SMU?
I
9.
think it was Indiana.
It goes 1 Oregon, Georgia 3, Ohio State. Here, I can pull them up.
3 was
right?
Penn State.
Regardless, it doesn't
3 was
matter.
Penn State. 4 was Notre Dame.
It doesn't matter with what I'm going to say. Put the if they're ranked, say they're already ranked inside of the top at 10. I'm going to have these other conferences like ASU.
ASU.
Put ASU at 11.
Let me go through the rankings real quick,
Okay.
just so we all can be on the same
Yep.
page.
Okay.
That it's 1 Oregon, 2 Georgia, 3 Texas, 4 is Penn
Penn
State,
State.
5 is Notre
Notre
Dame,
Dame.
6 Ohio State, Tennessee at 7, Indiana at 8, Boise State at 9, SMU at 10, Alabama at 11, and Arizona State at 12.
Okay.
So you've got all of those teams that are in there, and Clemson is at 16. So you
does
have
that cover all 4. It does.
that is
4 different
those are all of the rankings. Those are all of the conferences, but there's a few teams that are in the AP poll, or maybe it's not the AP poll, but the college selection poll, excluding the conference winners. After 10, you have teams that are in the rankings but not in the playoff. You have Bama at 11. You have Miami at 13 because Arizona State's at 12, but they're an auto bid and they're a first round bye. Then you have Ole Miss at 14, South Carolina at 15, and
ASU
then
was at 12.
they're at 12 right now.
Okay.
But then you have Ole Miss at 14, South Carolina at 15, then Clemson at 16. There's 4 teams that are in the top 16 teams that don't get into the playoff. I mean, basically the direction I'm going. I didn't really have a direction that I was going, but auto bids shouldn't be a thing. If
I
you're,
agree.
yeah,
But if
yeah, and I agree. I
if
think
they want them in them at 11 and 12.
Yeah.
Put the other, because there's always going to
if
be
we're gonna, I'll give you what I think I'm gonna give you what I think the bracket should be. Oregon, Georgia, Texas, and Penn State all get a bye. Actually, if that's if we're going off this poll that I'm looking at right now, these rankings, top 4 all get byes. And I think that Notre Dame deserves a bye over Penn State. But I'm going to go reading down the rankings. Not necessarily how I think it should go, but if we're reading down the rankings, this is how I would put it. First, top 4 teams in the country, based on this ranking, should get the byes. Then it should be 5 versus 12. just like March Madness. 5 versus 12. It should be Notre Dame versus ASU. It should be Ohio State versus Bama. It should be Tennessee versus SMU and Indiana versus Boise State. If you're going off the top 12 rankings for a 12-team playoff, whether or not, I mean, if you're going to say it's not because of the conference winners, it's because these are the best 12 teams in the country. If you're going off of this ranking, it should be high seed versus low seed. And you have the first 4 going into a bye. Whoever wins those games, lowest seed goes on to play. So let's say Arizona State beats Notre Dame. Let's say that happens. It won't, but if it does happen, Arizona State should play Oregon. It's a very flawed system.
I think that the way you fix that, though, it still want your auto bid. I disagree. Still want your auto bids. You can fix it by just reseeding.
Yeah, I don't think that if you're going to keep auto bids in, don't make them have a buy spot. Have them go in and play a team based off ranking and seeds. Yeah.
If you want these out west, I'm sorry, Boise State.
No, Boise State is not a top.
ASU?
Boise State, despite what the rankings say, they are not a top 10 team in the country,
No.
and I'm rooting for them all the way.
No, of course.
I mean, unless,
That's just gonna
it
be
ends
a
up as fucking Oregon versus Boise State, but I'm rooting for Boise State all the way through. But in my mind, even though they played Oregon very close, almost beat them in the beginning of the year, they should not be considered a top 10 team because there are SEC teams that would run them. There are Big Ten teams that would run them. There's ACC teams that would run them. Yeah.
Miami dropped 6.
Yeah.
Would
Miami would dick on Boise State.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but again, we're locked into this playoff system. 6. So this is just how it's going to be. I mean, there's a lot of people that are just glad Alabama didn't. Yeah, I mean, I agree with those people. Alabama didn't deserve based on Alabama. The CFP committee did rank Alabama as one of the 12 best teams in the country, but based on the format, they didn't get in. So those people that are saying Alabama should have been one of the 12 best teams, they were. So that's, I guess, what I'm saying is there's even more reason to be sad about the format because Alabama was ranked as one of the 12 best teams, but strictly based on format, they didn't. So I think that we'll see a big format change in 2026. Again, we're locked into the current format until then. And if you're celebrating that Alabama didn't get in and that Ohio State got dropped as far as they did, and Ole Miss and South Carolina, and basically the SEC got screwed. If you're one of those people celebrating that happened, that could be you going forward. So just know that the format is flawed, and it may have hurt the SEC this year, and it might continue to hurt the SEC forward. But just know that if you're a Big 10 person or a Big 12 person, your conference could have the best year ever had, and you could still be in the same boat the SEC. So just know that it's gonna come back to bite anybody who is cheering for what's currently going on. It's a flawed format, and that's just how it's going to be until it's changed. And I don't have the best solution for changing it.
Actually,
Miller Moss just transferred to Louisville. He's going to have to fill the big shoes of Tyler Shugg.
That's actually big news.
Yeah, he is.
He'll do well.
Well, you have any more to add?
No, I mean, not really, other than the fact that we're locked into this 2026. So you can bitch all you want, and I have my own problems with it, but this is how it's going to be until the end of next year. And if you're an SEC loyalist, or you're a Big Ten loyalist, or think that all conferences should have an equal bid,
Buckle up,
but
pal.
that's
That's just how it's going to be. I mean, if you're a Big 10 guy or I mean a Big 12 guy or an ACC guy, you're probably jumping for joy right now. I mean, you're going to get more teams in the playoff than you
I
would.
think the ACC.
Well, yeah, I mean,
always.
well,
If
Well,
it wasn't
maybe
this
not
way,
Big 12.
Miami's making it.
yeah.
Maybe not.
I think
Maybe
where
not, definitely not Mountain West.
no, definitely not Mountain West.
Well,
I think
mean,
that
maybe Boise was.
yeah.
We're not all-
I don't know. I mean, I think that the ACC, the Power Four, is going to get a team.
Imagine if
UNLV would have made it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
that's
but,
what I'm
like,
saying.
the
UNLV
I
would
honest
get
like
dinked on by any
yeah,
top 25 team
because the
UNLV
difference
would beat.
between UNLV and Boise State is, well, one, we watched that Mountain West
We did
Conference
watch
Championship game, and their red zone offense is fucking abysmal. But
Rodents.
they don't have an Ashton Genty, and
No.
Boise State's obviously the better team because they
And
beat them.
because they have
But
Ashton Genty.
If
Twice.
UNL, yeah, twice. If UNLV's in this playoff, I had Boise State winning a game, 2 games, or whatever it is.
Yeah,
How
and
I
beating
had
Penn
them,
State.
I had them beating Penn State. I don't think UNLV even
No.
thinks about beating Penn State.
No. I'll say this much: the door is open for teams like Arizona State, Clemson, Boise State to pull off an upset, especially on a neutral site. That door is open, and if that happens, college football needs to watch out because that's gonna give conferences like the Big 12 and the ACC, gonna give them precedent, and whether you agree with that or you disagree with that should be a little bit scary to those of you that think the format is wrong, because if you give them any sort of precedent, give the ACC or the Big 12 precedent to say we deserve in this playoff, you're going to get more TCU Georgia situation.
Ooh.
And I know that hurts to hear, but that's just the reality of the situation. Like, maybe you do get an overrated Penn State team in the semis, and they lose to a Cinderella Boise State who has a generational running back. Maybe you get that situation, but how often is that situation going to come around? Once every 50 years? I mean, what kind of athlete is Ashton Genty, really? Probably a generational athlete.
Was Ashton Genty?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I watched.
Nowhere. I don't know how much. I mean, if they match up, I'm taking Boise State. Yeah,
I think
I would.
I
I
think
mean,
that's just
I would say.
It's I'm not.
probably,
It's not like
but
I'm
I
saying
don't
that.
think they're gonna blow UCLA.
No, it's not like
UCLA
I'm.
fucking sucks.
It's not like I'm saying that Boise State's like this, some kind of powerhouse, but they are a competitive team because they've played some competition. If they did not play Oregon and play them as close as they did, they will not be in the playoff. And I 100%.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And okay, let me say this: without the auto bid, if they play out their whole year, they don't play Oregon as close as they did, they don't sniff the play. They will not sniff being a top
And
10 team.
Do they play?
I don't know,
No.
though.
Do they play any Pac-12? Happens with
The Pac-12 is a revamped Mountain West with 2 additional better conferences or
I don't-
better programs with Wazoo and
Because-
Oregon State.
Though, dude, if you replace Oregon with Mountain West team, Boise State rolls them. Boise State's 12-0. I mean,
Yeah.
do you deny a 12-0 Boise State who's rolled everybody they played?
See, if
Outside
it
of
wasn't
San
if
Diego
it
State?
wasn't the 12 team, yes, because they've done
Oh,
that
no, if it's-
before.
Oh,
If
the
it was
4
the
team,
4
no.
team, no, there's no chance.
Yeah.
But if it's the 12 team, yeah, I could see that. But I just what I think it comes down to without the auto bid is that week 2 game in Oregon, week 3 game
I agree. I
in
mean,
Oregon.
the best thing that happened to Boise State was losing.
Yeah. Literally like 2 points.
I agree. I think that's the best thing.
And I thought they were going to lose that game.
I think that's the best thing that happened to Penn State was to lose to Ohio State close.
Yeah.
That's all Penn State has to hang their hat on. close loss at home.
And a close loss in it was a close. It wasn't dominant. It wasn't a dominant win by Oregon in the Big Ten championship. It started off dominant, then it got close, and then Oregon ran away with it at the end. And
That's another game. We were in the stadium, and I remember I was rooting for Oregon. I remember being in the stadium and being worried for 90 seconds.
Oh, I was only worried for about 30 seconds of that game. The first 3 quarters and 13 minutes, I'm good.
The game, Oregon dominated that game much more than the scoreboard wants to admit. You were in the stadium. If you even watched the game on television, Oregon was up between 15 and 18 points multiple times. I mean, I think that Penn State, I think James Franklin had a great game plan. James Franklin knew what he was doing when he went and scored those garbage time touchdowns. Maybe he was trying to win the game, but I think that James Franklin knew that he loses this game big. If he loses the game by 15 or 18 points, he surrenders the 5 seed.
Yeah, that's not even like a game that I would like. In a lot of big game situations, you pin it on a certain coach, like a Ryan Day or like a James Franklin, when they're losing the big games and they don't have a good track record. I don't really pin that game on James Franklin because Oregon's just a better program.
I think James. Yeah, Oregon has better athletes across the board, so I can't even blame James Franklin. But from a final score dominance standpoint, Oregon dominated. I mean, if that's a regular season game, Penn State lays down midway through the third quarter. Oregon wins by 21, more than likely. But because of the situation surrounding that game and the fact that Notre Dame was in position to jump Penn State, the fact that Texas had just lost and was probably going to lock up that 5 seed, Oregon had to get that 6 seed. So losing by 18, or Penn State probably drops out of that 6 seed contention to get that 7 seed, has to go on the road and play Ohio State. That's worst possible scenario.
Yeah.
So I think that James Franklin was playing for the seeding. I think that game was uglier than it looked, and I applaud James Franklin for that game plan. But I think Oregon is head and shoulders better than Penn State. I think that most teams in the playoff are better than Penn State, but that's a different conversation. But anyway, I mean, we can go for hours. I can go for hours.
And we've already been going for 4 hours and 12 minutes. So I'm gonna call it there because we've handled the jersey giveaway, we handled all the segments. So thank you everybody for tuning in. I actually had a lot more fun with this than I thought I was going to. And I was a little worried about shooting this in my room when I had a little studio set up last year, but I think this was better than last year. This was actually really fun. I wasn't drinking last year during it, but this was a lot of fun. Thank you to everybody that tuned in. And if you're going to tune in for some of my future uploads, appreciate it. But until then, see you guys later.